1.2. 1.
Should we buy her a present?
How long have you been waiting?
How many children does your sister have?
2.
Why didn't you like the film?
Isn't this a beautiful place?
3.
What are they talking about?
Who does this bag belong to?
4.
Who lives in that house?
How many people follow you on Twitter?
1.3.
Could you tell me what time the shop next door opens?
Do you know if Mark's coming to the meeting?
1.4. 1. A.
Do you have a big family?
B.
Do you have a big family?
2. A.
What don't you like about the place where you live?
B.
What don't you like about the place where you live?
3. A.
What sports or games are you good at?
B.
What sports or games are you good at?
4. A.
Do you think you have a healthy diet?
B.
Do you think you have a healthy diet?
5. A.
What makes you feel happy?
B.
What makes you feel happy?
1.5. 1.
Do you have a big family?
2.
What don't you like about the place where you live?
3.
What sports or games are you good at?
4.
Do you think you have a healthy diet?
5.
What makes you feel happy?
1.6. 1.
Do you have a big family?
Yes, actually. I'm one of 7. I've got 5 sisters and a brother.
Wow, that's a huge family.
2.
What don't you like about the place where you live?
Well, for one thing, I don't like my neighbours very much.
Why not? What's wrong with them?
3.
What sports or games are you good at?
Well, I'm not really very sporty, but I'm quite good at chess.
Me too. We could have a game one day.
4.
Do you think you have a healthy diet?
Yes, very. In fact, I'm a vegan, so I only eat fruit and vegetables and grains and no meat or fish.
How interesting. How long have you been a vegan?
5.
What makes you feel happy?
Lots of things. Like buying new shoes.
Oh, really? I can't think of anything worse.
1.7. 1.
Wow, that's a huge family.
2.
Why not? What's wrong with them?
3.
Me too. We could have a game one day.
4.
How interesting. How long have you been a vegan?
5.
Oh, really? I can't think of anything worse.
1.8. 1.
Demanding.
2.
Flustered.
3.
Bizarre.
4.
Think on your feet.
5.
Approach.
6.
Rather than.
7.
Crush.
8.
Recruitment agency.
9.
Job seekers.
10.
Flapping.
1.9. 1.
I was being interviewed for a job with an advertising agency, and the interviewer kept checking information on my CV and then asking me about it. And he saw that I'd studied philosophy at university, and he said, "Oh, I see that you studied philosophy at university. Do you still practice philosophy?" So I said, "Well, I still think a lot." Anyway, he obviously liked the answer because I got the job.
2.
At my job interview to become an editor with a publishing company, there were 3 people asking questions. 2 managers and a woman from Human Resources. All the questions had been pretty normal. They were about my studies and experience. And then, suddenly, the woman from Human Resources asked me, "What would make you kick a dog?" I was totally flustered, but I managed to answer. I said, I'd only kick it if the dog had bad grammar and couldn't punctuate properly. I thought it was quite a clever answer, and in fact, I got the job.
3.
When I was applying for a teaching job in Korea, they were doing the interviews by phone because I was in the US. And because of the time difference, they were all very early in the morning, which is not my best time. Anyway, the director of studies of this particular school asked me, "How tall are you?" and "How much do you weigh?" I answered his questions, but after the interview, when I thought about it, I decided that I didn't want to work in a school that would judge me by my height or my weight. So later, when they offered me the job, I turned it down.
4.
I was being interviewed for a job with a company in Switzerland, and the interviewer asked me, "What animal would you like to be reincarnated as?" So I said a cat, because it was the first thing I thought of and because cats have a good life. Well, at least in Britain they do. And then the interviewer immediately looked a bit embarrassed and said that he had been told to ask me that question to see how I would react, but that he thought it was a stupid question. In the end, I didn't get the job, so maybe the interviewer wasn't very fond of cats.
5.
I went for a job in a lawyer's office. There were 2 of us waiting to be interviewed, me and a man about the same age as me. And he was nice, so we were chatting before we went in, and we agreed to have a coffee afterwards. Well, I went in first, and they asked me the usual sorts of questions about my previous job. They had all my personal information on my CV, and so they knew I was married, and suddenly they asked me, "Are you planning to have children?" I said not in the immediate future, but maybe one day. Afterwards, when I was having coffee with the other candidate, I asked him if he'd been asked the same question, and he said no, even though he was married too. In fact, we both got offered jobs, but I still think it was a very sexist question to ask.
1.10.
Fartosh began to look very carefully at the coffee grounds in Chris's cup and to tell him what she could see. I remember that the first thing she said was that she could see sacks of money. And this was very accurate because Chris had worked in Saudi Arabia for several years and had earned a lot of money there. She also said that she could see a blonde lady. Well, Carla, Chris's girlfriend at the time, was blonde, so that was spot on too. But then Fartosh suddenly looked very serious, and she said, "I can see somebody in your family who is ill, very ill, at this moment." I remember thinking, oh no, don't ruin a nice evening. But Chris is quite a laid-back sort of person, and he didn't seem to be too worried by what she'd said. He just said, "Well, as far as I know, the people in my family are okay. Chris is an only child, and his mother lived with her sister in London. They were both in their 70s. Fartosh said 1 or 2 more things, and then we asked the waiter for the bill and said our goodbyes. It was a slightly weird end to what had been a very enjoyable evening. I can remember feeling quite relieved that I had said no when Fartosh asked me if she could read my coffee cup. Chris and I got a taxi back to our hotel. The next day, Chris had a free morning because it was my turn to do the teacher training session in the hotel, so he went off early to go sightseeing in Istanbul. Around 9 o'clock, I got a call on my mobile. It was Chris's girlfriend, Carla, calling from the UK. She told me that she needed to talk to Chris urgently, but that he wasn't answering his mobile. I could tell by her voice that she had some very bad news for him, and I immediately thought of what Fatosh had said the night before, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I asked Carla what had happened, and she told me that Chris's aunt had died suddenly in the night. So, was it just a spooky coincidence, or did Fatosh really see what she said she saw in the coffee cup? I spoke to her before I left Istanbul, and I told her that Chris's aunt had died the night that we had dinner. She wasn't at all surprised, and she just said, "Yes, I saw in the cup that someone in his family was near to death, but I didn't want to frighten him, so I just said that the person was very ill." All I can say is that I always used to be very sceptical about fortune-telling, but now, well, I'm not so sure.
1.11. 1.
Well, Carla, Chris's girlfriend at the time, was blonde, so that was spot on too.
2.
But Chris is quite a laid-back sort of person, and he didn't seem to be too worried by what she'd said.
3.
It was a slightly weird end to what had been a very enjoyable evening.
4.
So, was it just a spooky coincidence?
5.
I always used to be very sceptical about fortune-telling.
1.12. 1.
I heard a noise in the middle of the night.
Did you? What kind of noise?
2.
You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
No, I don't.
3.
I don't believe you really saw a UFO.
I did see one. It couldn't have been anything else.
4.
I've never been to a fortune teller.
Neither have I.
I have. It was really interesting.
1.13. 1.
I like cats, but my husband doesn't.
Sally's coming tonight, but Angela isn't.
2.
I loved his latest novel.
So did I.
I haven't finished yet.
Neither have I.
Andrew's a doctor, and so is his wife.
3.
I don't like shopping online.
I do. I buy a lot of my clothes online.
4.
I went to a psychic yesterday.
Did you?
I'll make the dinner.
Will you? That's great.
5.
You didn't lock the door.
I did lock it. I know I did.
Sylvia isn't coming.
She is coming. I've just spoken to her.
6.
You won't forget, will you?
She can speak Italian, can't she?
1.14.
I dreamt that I saw a ghost last night.
Did you? So did I. How spooky.
I don't believe in fortune-telling.
Don't you? I do.
1.15.
You don't like horror films, do you?
I do like them. It's just that sometimes they're too scary.
1.17. What's in your signature?
Our signature is very much part of the way in which we present ourselves to the world, so it can definitely give us some clues about the kind of person we are and how we feel about ourselves. As you know, a person's signature usually consists of a first name and a surname, or an initial and a surname. Your first name represents your private self, how you are with your family, and your surname represents your public self, the way you are at work or school, and in your social life. If you use only initials either for your first name or your surname in your signature, this means that you're more secretive and protective about either your private or public self. Now, look at the space between your name and surname. Are the two names very close together, or is there a reasonable space between them? The more space there is between your name and your surname, the more you wish to keep these two parts of your personality separate.
1.18. The size of your signature.
Now let's look at the size of your signature. If your first name is bigger and more prominent in your signature, this normally means that your private self is more important to you than your public self. If your surname is bigger and more prominent, this probably means that your public self is more important to you. If your whole signature is very big compared with the rest of your writing, this normally means that you're quite a self-confident person. Some people actually sign in capital letters, which suggests that they may be big-headed or even arrogant, rather than just self-confident. On the other hand, people who sign their name with a very small signature tend to be insecure and have low self-esteem.
1.19. The legibility of your signature.
Another important factor is how legible your signature is. In other words, how easy it is to read. A legible signature tends to mean that you're a person with clear ideas and objectives. On the other hand, if your signature is difficult to read, this may imply that you're somebody who doesn't think very clearly and that you may be disorganized or indecisive. It can also mean that you're quite secretive. Generally speaking, the more illegible your signature is, the less assertive you probably are as a person.
1.20. The angle of your signature.
Finally, I want to say something about the angle of your signature. That's to say, whether your signature is horizontal or goes up or goes down on the page. A rising signature, one which goes up, means that you're the kind of person who, when you're faced with problems, will work hard to overcome them. You're a determined person, and probably optimistic and ambitious. A descending signature, that is one which goes down, suggests that you're the kind of person who gets disheartened or depressed when you're faced with problems, perhaps because you're not very self-confident. A horizontal signature, one which goes straight across the page, usually indicates a person who is well-balanced and emotionally stable, and someone who is generally satisfied with the way their life is going. But it's worth bearing in mind that the angle of our signature may change at different times of our lives, depending on how we're feeling.
1.21. 1.
Some people actually sign in capital letters, which suggests that they may be big-headed or even arrogant.
2.
A descending signature suggests that you're the kind of person who gets disheartened or depressed when you're faced with problems, perhaps because you're not very self-confident.
3.
A horizontal signature usually indicates a person who is well-balanced and emotionally stable.
1.22.
Bad-tempered.
Good-tempered.
Open-minded.
Narrow-minded.
Absent-minded.
Easy-going.
Laid back.
Tight-fisted.
Two-faced.
Strong-willed.
Self-centered.
1.29. Illnesses and injuries. Minor illnesses and conditions. A. 9.
A cough.
6.
A headache.
1.
A rash.
4.
A temperature.
2.
Sunburn.
8.
She's being sick. She's vomiting.
10.
She's sneezing.
3.
Her ankle is swollen.
7.
Her back hurts. Her back aches.
5.
Her finger is bleeding.
1.30. Minor illnesses and conditions. C. 1. B.
He has a sore throat. It hurts when he talks or swallows food.
2. D.
He has diarrhea. He's been to the toilet 5 times this morning.
3. E.
He feels sick. He feels that he's going to vomit.
4. C.
He's fainted. It's so hot in the room that he's lost consciousness.
5. H.
He has a blister on his foot. He's been walking in uncomfortable shoes.
6. F.
He has a cold. He's sneezing a lot and he has a cough.
7. A.
He has flu. He has a temperature and he aches all over.
8. G.
He feels dizzy. He feels that everything is spinning round.
9. I.
He's cut himself. He's bleeding.
1.31. Injuries and more serious conditions. 1. C.
He's unconscious. He's breathing, but his eyes are closed and he can't hear or feel anything.
2. G.
He's had an allergic reaction. He was stung by a wasp and now he has a rash and has difficulty breathing.
3. B.
He's twisted his ankle. He's sprained his ankle. He fell badly and now it's swollen.
4. D.
He has high blood pressure. It's 18/14.
5. E.
He has food poisoning. He ate some prawns that were off.
6. F.
He's choking. He was eating a steak and a piece got stuck in his throat.
7. A.
He's burnt himself. He spilled some boiling water on himself.
1.32. Phrasal verbs connected with illness. 1.
Pass out means faint.
2.
Lie down means put your body in a horizontal position.
3.
Throw up means vomit, be sick.
4.
Get over means get better, recover from something.
5.
Come round means become conscious again.
1.33.
Shower pressure, rash, unconscious,
jazz, allergy, bandage,
chess, choking, temperature,
key, ache, ankle, stomach.
1.34.
Antibiotics.
Symptom.
Medicine.
Emergency.
Operation.
Aspirin.
Specialist.
Paracetamol.
X-ray.
Cholesterol.
Injection.
Scan.
$1.35.
Good morning, Mr. Blaine. What's the problem?
I haven't been feeling well for a few days. I keep getting headaches and I've been coughing a lot too. And I have a temperature.
Have you been taking anything for the headaches?
Yes, paracetamol, but they don't really help. I read on the internet that headaches can be the first symptom of a brain tumour.
How many tablets have you taken so far today?
I took 2 this morning.
And have you taken your temperature this morning?
Yes, I've taken it 5 or 6 times. It's high.
Let me see. Well, your temperature seems to be perfectly normal now.
I think I need a blood test. I haven't had one for 2 months.
Well, Mr. Blaine, I think we should wait for a few days and see how your symptoms, develop.
Oh.
Can you send the next patient in, please, nurse?
1.36.
Your next patient is Mrs. Williams. Here are her notes.
How many times has Mr. Blaine been to the health centre this week?
4 times, I think. Yes, I know. He's a complete hypochondriac.
1.37. 1.
Have you ever written a blog?
2.
We've just landed, but we haven't got off the plane yet.
I've already told you 3 times.
3.
It's the best book I've ever read.
4.
My computer's crashed.
Look, it started snowing.
5.
I've known Miriam since I was a child.
My sister has had flu for 10 days now.
6.
How many Agatha Christie novels have you read?
They've seen each other twice this week.
1.38. 1.
How long have you been feeling ill?
He's been chatting online all evening.
2.
I haven't been sleeping well.
It's been raining all day.
3.
I've been shopping all morning. I'm exhausted.
Take your shoes off. They're filthy.
Yes, I know. I've been working in the garden.
1.39. 1.
I've been learning French for the last 3 years.
He's liked classical music since he was a teenager.
2.
She's been having piano lessons since she was a child.
They've had that car for at least 10 years.
3.
We've lived in this town since 1980.
We've been living in a rented flat for the last 2 months.
4. I've painted the kitchen.
I've been painting the kitchen.
1.40. 1.
Life-threatening.
2,
Mouth ulcer.
3,
Alternative remedies.
4,
Under the weather.
5,
Cancer.
6,
Infection.
7,
Heart rate.
8,
Surgery.
9,
Pulse.
10,
Tumour.
11.
Miracle cures.
1.41.
So, Dr. Cannon, do you meet a lot of cyberchondriacs in your work?
All the time, I'm afraid. It's very common nowadays for people to look up their symptoms on health websites on the internet and to diagnose themselves with weird or exotic illnesses. For example, the other day, I had a patient who came in because his back was very red and itchy. He had been looking on internet medical sites and was absolutely convinced that he had an extremely rare skin condition. He even knew the medical name, nodular paniculitis. But, in fact, when I examined him and talked to him, it turned out that he had spent the weekend gardening in the sun and his back was sunburned.
So, you would prefer your patients not to check their symptoms on the internet?
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-health websites. I just want people to use them sensibly. The problem is that diagnosis of a condition or an illness doesn't just depend on one specific symptom that you can type into Google. It depends on all sorts of other things like a patient's appearance, their blood pressure, their heart rate and so on.
Of course.
And diagnosis also depends on where you live. For example, if you live in West London and you haven't travelled abroad, it's very unlikely that you have malaria, even if you have some of the symptoms.
What other problems are there when people use health websites?
Well, you have to check carefully what kind of site it is that you're looking at. Some websites look as if they've been created by health professionals, but in fact, they've been set up by commercial companies that are trying to sell you something. Also, some American healthcare sites recommend expensive treatments or medicine that is not available here in the UK.
Are there any websites which you would recommend?
Oh, yes, absolutely. For example, people with chronic diseases like asthma can get a lot of help and information from online support groups. These websites have forums where you can talk to other people who have the same condition and illness, and you can usually get information about the latest research and new treatments. And there are often online support groups for people who have unusual illnesses too.
Finally, do you have any tips for all those cyberchondriacs out there?
Yes, I have 3. First, only look online after you've been to the doctor. If you're not feeling well, make a list of the symptoms you have that are worrying you and go and see your doctor with this list. Then, when your doctor has told you what he or she thinks, you could have a look online. Secondly, make sure you're looking at a reliable and professional medical website. And finally, remember that common symptoms usually have common causes. So if you have diarrhea, for example, it's much more likely to be food poisoning than the Ebola virus.
Dr. Cannon, thank you very much.
1.43. 1.
The English are famous for drinking tea.
The Chinese invented paper.
The Dutch make wonderful cheeses.
2.
The poor are getting poorer and the rich are getting richer.
The government needs to create more jobs for the unemployed.
1.44.
We've got a lovely old cottage just outside Bath.
She has long fair hair.
I bought a beautiful Italian leather belt.
1.45.
Welcome to today's programme in our series on age. The topic is clothes and the question is, do people nowadays dress their age and should they? Our guests are both fashion journalists with well-known magazines. Hello, Liza and Adrian.
Hello.
Let's start with you, Liza.
Well, the first thing I'd like to say to all the young people out there is next time you give your granny a warm cardigan and some slippers for her birthday, don't be surprised if she asks for the receipt, because she'll probably want to go out and change them for something more exciting.
So you think nowadays women in their 60s and 70s dress much younger than they used to?
Oh, absolutely. Think of women like Sophia Loren, Catherine Deneuve, Helen Mirren, and Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda is in her late 70s, and last month she was on a US talk show wearing a leather miniskirt. She looked fabulous. But, of course, it isn't just famous women who are dressing younger. Some recent research says that 9 out of 10 women say that they try to dress younger than their years.
Do you think that's true?
Well, it depends on your age, of course. A lot of teenage girls try to dress older than they are, maybe to get into pubs and bars. But I would say that from 30 onwards, most women try to dress younger than they are.
And do you think there's anything wrong with that?
Actually, I think it's not a question of dressing older or younger. It's a question of wearing what suits you. And if you looked good in jeans when you were 15, if you keep your figure, you'll probably look good in them when you're 80. There are a few things which can look a bit ridiculous on an older woman, like, let's see, very short shorts, but not many.
So your fashion rule would be?
Wear whatever you think suits you and makes you feel good.
Adrian, what about men? Do you think they also try to look younger than their age?
Well, interestingly, in the research Liza mentioned, only 12% of the men who were questioned said they had ever thought about dressing to look younger. But actually, I think a lot of them weren't telling the truth. Look at all those middle-aged men you see wearing jeans which are too tight and incredibly bright T-shirts.
You don't approve?
No, I don't. Personally, I think that men should take their age into account when they're buying clothes.
Do you think that some men actually dress older than their age?
Yes, definitely, some do. Some men in their 20s look as if they were 20 years older by wearing blazers and chinos, or wearing suits and ties all the time when they don't have to. Maybe they've just started work, and they want their bosses to take them more seriously. And a lot of men in their 30s realise that they can't dress like a teenager anymore, but they go to the opposite extreme, and they start buying the sort of clothes that their fathers wear.
So what would your fashion rule be for men?
Dress for the age you are, not for the age you wish you were.
Liza and Adrian, thank you very much.
1.46 Clothes and fashion. Describing clothes. Fit. 2.
Loose.
1. Tight. Style. 6.
Hooded.
4.
Long-sleeved.
3.
Sleeveless.
5.
V-neck.
Pattern. 11.
Checked.
9.
Patterned.
7.
Plain.
10.
Spotted.
8.
Striped.
1.47 Materials. 4.
A cotton vest.
9.
A denim waistcoat.
5.
A fur collar.
3.
A lace top.
1.
A linen suit.
7.
A lycra swimsuit.
8.
A silk scarf.
6.
A velvet bow tie.
2.
A wool cardigan.
11.
Leather sandals.
10.
Suede boots.
1.48. Adjectives to describe the way people dress. 1.
Long skirts are really fashionable now.
2.
She's very trendy. She always wears the latest fashions.
3.
The Italians have a reputation for being very stylish. They wear fashionable and attractive clothes.
4.
He looks really scruffy. His clothes are old and a bit dirty.
5.
Jane looked very smart in her new suit. She wanted to make a good impression.
6.
That tie's a bit old-fashioned. Is it your dad's?
1.49. Verb phrases. 1. See.
I'm going to dress up tonight.
2. A.
Please hang up your coat.
3. F.
These jeans don't fit me.
4. H.
That skirt really suits you.
5. G.
Your bag matches your shoes.
6. B.
I need to get changed.
7. E.
Hurry up and get undressed.
8. I.
Get up and get dressed.
9. D.
That tie doesn't really go with your shirt.
1.50.
Boot. Ooh. Loose. Shoes. Suit.
Bull. Hooded. Put on. Wool.
Fish. Linen. Silk. Slippers.
Bird. Fur. Shirt. Skirt.
Bike. Eye. Lycra. Striped. Tight.
Train. Lace. Plain. Suede.
1.23. Interview with an interviewer, Part 1.
What's the first thing you're looking for in a candidate for a job?
The first thing you're looking for with a job candidate is enthusiasm for the role. You're also looking for them to demonstrate experience relevant to the position.
How do you get candidates to relax in the interview?
It's important to engage with the candidate straight away. So when you collect them from reception or from the front of the building, whatever it may be, you want to kind of greet them in a friendly manner. You want to ask them some general questions, just talking about their journey into the interview or the weather, or have they been to the city before?
And during the interview?
During an interview, once it has commenced, I will always try to start the interview with some general questions, just to allow the candidate to talk about themselves, to talk about their CV, their background. And often when a candidate is talking about something they know, which is themselves and what they've been doing, they're able to settle down much more quickly and have an element of confidence around what they're talking.
Is it important for candidates to ask the interviewer questions? And if so,
What kind of questions should candidates ask?
Questions can be related to anything. So I personally would encourage candidates to ask questions related to any aspect of employment, and most recruiters would welcome that sort of interaction as an opportunity to actually give a little bit more information about the company.
Is it okay for candidates to ask about the money or the salary at the interview?
Of course, and candidates should be honest and realistic about their expectations too. An interview is an appropriate environment to ask such a question, especially if salary or salary banding was not identified in the job advert.
How important are CVs and covering letters?
CVs are very important to a recruiter because it actually provides an overview of a candidate's background, their employment, what they've been doing to date. But a cover letter can actually be more important because that's where a candidate will actually list and identify how they meet the criteria for the post. So it allows a candidate to be very specific about demonstrating what skills and experience they have that would be relevant. And often that skill and experience may be missed on a CV when you're looking at a wider career history.
What's the worst thing a job candidate can do when they're applying for a job?
First thing is obviously make mistakes on their application. That's always viewed negatively depending on the role that they're applying for. Also coming to an interview late, coming to an interview unprepared.
1.24 Interview with an Interviewer, Part 2.
Can you give us an example of some of the more difficult interviews you've been involved in?
I've been in interviews where candidates haven't been prepared and have not been able to, from the start, answer some of the questions. One particular situation was when a candidate actually thought they were being interviewed for something completely different. So again, you have to actually think, how do you deal with that situation? Do you stop the interview or do you carry on?
Anything else that has surprised you during an interview?
What particular...
There was another situation where a candidate actually produced food during the interview. In the middle of answering a question, they stopped and rummaged in their bag to pull out a Kit Kat, which took both myself and the interviewing manager by surprise. We did ask and inquire as to what she was doing, at which point she actually advised that she was a diabetic and just felt at that particular moment that she just needed a little something to eat to calm things, which was absolutely fine. But again, during the interview, when she hadn't announced that's why she was doing it, it was a bit of a surprise.
Well, not completely different.
How important is the way a candidate dresses for an interview?
A candidate's dress for interview is important because it shows how serious they take the situation. However, I would always recommend that candidates would come to interview in a dress that is appropriate for the role they're applying for. In today's modern recruitment environment, it's not always necessary for a guy to wear a suit to an interview. However, you would expect to see a shirt, you would expect to see a blazer, you would expect to see appropriate footwear, and the same for a lady as well. Certain clothes, certain types of footwear would be inappropriate to come into an interview and may set a perception of that candidate which is perhaps incorrect.
Have you ever had an interview with someone who was dressed very inappropriately?
I had an interview on one occasion where a candidate actually arrived in tennis gear, a white t-shirt and shorts. They'd literally come straight from the tennis court, and they had simply forgotten the interview was on that day. Had suddenly had the reminder that actually they were due to be at the interview, so I thought they would come anyway as they were. I did see the candidate and they were actually very impressive. We just had to move past the clothing aspect, but actually it was quite funny and allowed a real opportunity to engage with that particular candidate from the start.
Did that person get the job?
No, they didn't.
1.25 Interview with an Interviewer, Part 3.
What can you tell us about extreme interviewing? That is, asking candidates very strange questions like, what dinosaur would you be?
Okay. Extreme interviewing is a technique used by recruiters to put the candidate in a situation that they may not have been in before. or to give them a scenario where they have to think quickly, where they have to digest information, where they perhaps have to problem solve before giving an answer.
Have you used it yourself?
It's not something that I have direct experience of, but I am aware of some of the techniques that are used and some of the questions that could be used. I was reading recently about extreme interviewing techniques used for an insurance company. They asked candidates during the interview how they would describe Facebook to their grandmother. What the recruiter was looking for was for that candidate to display an element of technical skills and technical awareness, also to display communication skills and how they would explain Facebook to an audience or to somebody who doesn't understand modern technology or modern social media.
Do you have any others?
One I was reading about recently was posed to candidates during an interview where they were looking to assess a candidate's ability to multitask. The candidates were asked whether they would want to fight a horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses. Depending on the answer, 1 or 100, that would potentially dictate whether that candidate was most comfortable multitasking or dealing with one situation or one objective at a time.
What would your answer to that question have been?
When I read it, I had to reread it 4 times, and that's just me reading it. In an interview, I would have had to have asked for that question to be repeated. And I'm not even sure if I would have been able to give an immediate response because I would still be trying to understand what exactly they were asking of me. I guess for me personally, when I'd thought about it, I would have said 1 horse-sized duck. But that would potentially mean that I'm not able to multitask, so...
1.26. Interview with an interviewer. Looking at language.
You're also looking for them to demonstrate experience relevant to the position. During an interview, once it is commenced, I will always try to start the interview with some general questions. First thing is obviously make mistakes on their application. That's always viewed negatively. But again, during the interview, when she hadn't announced that's why she was doing it, it was a bit of a surprise. You would expect to see appropriate footwear, and the same for a lady as well. It's not something that I have direct experience of, but I am aware of some of the techniques that are used. And I'm not even sure if I would have been able to give an immediate response.
1.27. In the street. 1. Janine.
When did you last have an interview for a job or a place on a course?
The last time I had an interview for a job was in 2011.
How did you prepare for the interview?
I took a lot of Rescue Remedy to help with the nerves, and I just practiced every question that they could ask me in my head.
Did the interview go well?
No, it didn't. I didn't get the job.
2. Joe.
When did you last have an interview for a job or a place on a course?
About 2 months ago.
How did you prepare for the interview?
Well, I looked at the job description and thought about my experience and then tried to match my experience to the various different points on the job interview.
Did the interview go well?
It did.
How do you know it went well?
Because they offered me the job.
3. Ivan.
When did you last have an interview for a job or a place on a course?
I last had an interview for a job a few weeks ago. That's the last time I had an interview for a job.
How did you prepare for the interview?
To prepare for the job interview, I read about the company and learned about what they did and to see if I liked the work that they did.
Did the interview go well?
I think it went well because they followed up with an email to talk about further opportunities at that company.
4. Yasuko.
When did you last have an interview for a job or a place on a course?
The last interview that I had was for my current company that I work for, and that was about 2 years ago.
How did you prepare for the interview?
I prepared for the interview by doing a little research on the company, the kind of products that they make, their philosophy, the history and their background of the company.
Did the interview go well?
I think that the interview went well because it was actually a long interview. I had a lot of good conversation with the managers there, and I also got a few more interviews afterwards and eventually got the job, so the interviews went well.
5. Used.
When did you last have an interview for a job or a place on a course?
About 3 months ago.
How did you prepare for the interview?
I read about the company and I knew what the job contents was, and I knew everything that I had to know for the interview. I was well prepared to answer their questions.
Did the interview go well?
It went well. In the end, they said I was too young, so they didn't hire me, but they would have if I was older, they said.
1.28. Colloquial English phrases. 1.
I just practiced every question that they could ask me in my head.
2.
And then tried to match my experience to the various different points on the job interview.
3.
I think it went well because they followed up with an email.
4.
Their philosophy, the history and their background of the company.
5.
In the end, they said I was too young, so they didn't hire me.
2.2. 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board this flight to Hong Kong. Please place all hand luggage in the overhead compartments or underneath the seat in front of you. We ask that you please fasten your seatbelts, and for safety reasons, we advise you to keep them fastened throughout the flight.
2.
We also ask that you make sure your seats and table trays are in the upright position for takeoff. Please turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones. We remind you that smoking is prohibited for the duration of the flight.
3.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your special attention for the following safety instructions. Please read the safety instructions card, which is located in the pocket of the seat in front of you. There are 6 emergency exits on this aircraft, all marked with exit signs. Take a minute to locate the exit closest to you. Note that the nearest exit may be behind you.
4.
The safety instruction card is in the pocket of the seat in front of you. Please read it. It shows you the equipment carried on this aircraft for your safety. Your life jacket is located under your seat. In the unlikely event of the aircraft landing on water, place the life jacket over your head, fasten the straps at the front, and pull them tight. Do not inflate the jacket inside the aircraft. As you leave the aircraft, pull down the red tabs to inflate the vest. If necessary, the life jacket can be inflated by blowing through these tubes.
2.3. Air travel. At the airport. 1. A.
Airport terminal.
2. D.
Baggage drop-off.
3. I.
Baggage reclaim.
4. C.
Check-in desk.
5. J.
Customs.
6. B.
Departures board.
7. G.
Gate.
8. H.
Runway.
9. E.
Security.
10. F.
VIP lounge.
2.4. On board.
I often fly to Chile on business. I always choose an aisle seat so that I can get up and walk around more easily. Sometimes there is turbulence when the plane flies over the Andes, which I don't enjoy, and the cabin crew tell the passengers to put their seatbelts on. There aren't any direct flights to Chile from London, so I usually have to get a connecting flight in Madrid. Whenever I take long-haul flights, I always suffer from jet lag because of the time difference, and I feel tired for several days.
2.5. Travel, trip, or journey. 1.
We're going on a 5-day trip to the mountains.
2.
Did you have a good journey here?
No, my flight was delayed for 6 hours.
3.
Do you have to travel much in your job?
4.
Have a good trip. See you when you get back.
2.6. Phrasal verbs related to air travel. 1.
My husband dropped me off at the airport 2 hours before the flight.
2.
I checked in online the day before I was going to fly.
3.
As soon as I got on the plane, I sat down in the first empty seat.
4.
The plane took off late because of the bad weather.
5.
I filled in the immigration form for the US, which the cabin crew gave me shortly before landing.
6.
When I got off the plane, I felt exhausted after the long flight.
7.
When I picked up my luggage at baggage reclaim, I bumped into an old friend who had been on the same flight.
2.7.
With me in the studio today, I have Richard, who's a pilot, and Bryn, who's an air traffic controller, and they're going to answer some of the most frequently asked questions about flying and air travel. Hello to both of you.
Hello.
Hello.
Right, we're going to start with you, Richard. The first question is, what weather conditions are the most dangerous when flying a plane?
Probably the most dangerous weather conditions are when the wind changes direction very suddenly. This tends to happen during thunderstorms and typhoons, and it's especially dangerous during takeoff and landing. But it's quite unusual. I've been flying for 37 years now, and I've only experienced this 3 or 4 times.
What about turbulence? Is that dangerous?
It can be very bumpy and very uncomfortable, but it isn't dangerous. Even strong turbulence won't damage the plane. Pilots always try to avoid turbulence, but it can sometimes occur without any warning, which is why we always advise passengers to wear their seatbelt all the time during the flight.
Which is more dangerous, takeoff or landing?
Both takeoff and landing can be dangerous. They're the most dangerous moments of a flight. Pilots talk about the critical 8 minutes, the 3 minutes after takeoff and the 5 minutes before landing. Most accidents happen in this period. But I would say that takeoff is probably slightly more dangerous than landing. There is a critical moment just before takeoff when the plane is accelerating, but it hasn't yet reached the speed to be able to fly. If the pilot has a problem with the plane at this point, he has very little time, maybe only a second, to abort the takeoff.
Are some airports more dangerous than others?
Yes, some are, particularly airports with high mountains around them and airports in countries with older or more basic navigation equipment. For some difficult airports, like, let's say, Kathmandu, They only allow very experienced pilots to land there.
Ah.
And for some of these airports, pilots have to practice on a simulator first before they're given permission to land a plane there.
Thanks, Richard. Over to you, Bryn. What personal qualities do you think you need to be an air traffic controller?
I think confidence is number one. You need to be a self-confident person. You have to be sure of yourself and of the decisions you're making.
Most people imagine that being an air traffic controller is very stressful. Do you agree?
Actually, on a daily basis, the job isn't as stressful as people think. Obviously, it's true that stressful situations do arise, but when you're very busy, you just don't have time to get stressed.
Why is it important for pilots and controllers to have good, clear English?
English is the official language of air traffic control. We communicate with pilots using very specific phrases like runway, wind, cleared for takeoff, turbulence, traffic ahead, to your left, to your right, things like that. And it's true that you could just learn these specific phrases. But then, in an emergency, you don't know what language you might need. It's much less predictable, which is why it's vital for pilots and air traffic controllers to speak really good, clear English.
If I could just interrupt here. In fact, there have been several air crashes which happened because the air traffic controller misunderstood something that the pilot had said in English, or vice versa, because their pronunciation wasn't clear enough.
Yes, that's right.
Finally, people tend to think that most pilots and air traffic controllers are men. Would you say that was true?
Not in air traffic control. There are lots of women. It may not be 50-50, but there are plenty of us.
It's true about pilots, though. I mean, there are some women pilots, but it's still quite a male-dominated job, I'd say.
Why do you think that is?
People say it's because men have a better sense of direction.
Oh, very funny.
Richard, Bryn, thank you very much.
2.8 1.
We arrived at the airport and checked in.
2.
We were having dinner when the plane hit some turbulence.
At 9 o'clock, most people on the plane were reading or were trying to sleep.
3.
When we arrived at the airport, we suddenly realised that we'd left one of the suitcases in the taxi.
4.
We'd been flying for about 2 hours when suddenly the captain told us to fasten our seatbelts because we were flying into some very bad weather.
2.9
Lena was crying because she'd been reading a very sad book.
Lena didn't want to see the film because she'd already read the book.
2.10
Boot. Ooh. Flew. Through.
Fish. Hid. Driven. Hidden. Ridden. Written.
Horse. Oar. Caught. Fought. Thought. Fallen.
Bird. Heard. Hurt.
Phone. Drove. Rode. Told. Wrote. Flown. Thrown.
Up. Become. Cut.
Egg. Fell. Held. Kept. Left. Read. Said. Slept.
Train. Became. Lay. Lane.
2.11
We were on a flight to Tokyo, and we'd been flying for about 5 hours. I was reading, and my wife was watching a film, when suddenly we heard a very loud noise. It sounded as if an engine had exploded. The pilot didn't tell us what had happened until half an hour later.
2.13. 1.
He walks very slowly.
I speak 5 languages fluently.
The driver was seriously injured in the accident.
2.
I hardly ever have time for breakfast.
Liam's always late for work.
I would never have thought you were 40.
3.
My parents will be here in half an hour.
It rained all day yesterday.
4.
I've nearly finished.
We're incredibly tired.
My husband works a lot, but he doesn't earn much.
5.
Unfortunately, the parcel never arrived.
Ideally, we should leave here at 10.
2.14. 1.
Oh, no.
2.
Oh!
What's happened?
3.
Can I see your boarding pass?
Oh no. I've lost it. Where is it? Where is it?
I'm afraid you can't fly if you haven't got your boarding pass.
Oh, here it is. Thank goodness. It was in my pocket.
4.
Tom, this is Andrea. But of course you two know each other, don't you?
Actually, we've only met once, so not really. Hi, Andrea.
Hello.
5.
I can't see a thing. I think we'd better stop for a bit.
6.
Excuse me, please could you tell me how to get to the train station?
Yeah, mate. Straight down the high street, left at the light, straight through the underpass, then it's right in front of you.
Pardon?
2.15. Adverbs and adverbial phrases. Confusing adverbs and adverbial phrases. 1.
It's incredibly foggy. I can hardly see anything.
He trains very hard, at least 3 hours a day.
2.
I hate it when people arrive late for meetings.
I haven't heard from Mike lately. He must be very busy.
3.
At the end of a film, I always stay and watch the credits roll.
I didn't want to go, but in the end they persuaded me.
4.
I love most kinds of music, but especially jazz.
My wedding dress was specially made for me by a dressmaker.
5.
She looks younger than me, but actually she's 2 years older.
At the moment, they're renting a flat, but they're hoping to buy one soon.
6.
I've nearly finished my book. I'm on the last chapter.
Excuse me, is there a bank near here?
7.
Have you found a job yet?
He's 35, but he still lives with his parents.
8.
Have you ever been to the USA?
I've been all over the USA. I've even been to Alaska.
2.16. Comment adverbs. 1.
Ideally.
2.
In fact.
3.
Basically.
4.
Obviously.
5.
Gradually.
6.
Apparently.
7.
Anyway.
8.
Eventually.
2.17.
Actually.
Almost.
Apparently.
Basically.
Definitely.
Even.
Eventually.
Fortunately.
Gradually.
Ideally.
Incredibly.
Luckily.
Obviously.
Unfortunately.
2.18. 1.
There was a lot of traffic, and unfortunately we arrived extremely late.
2.
We definitely want to go abroad this summer, ideally somewhere hot.
3.
It's incredibly easy. Even a child could do it.
4.
Mark gradually began to realise that Lily didn't love him anymore.
5.
I thought Roberto was Portuguese, but actually he's Brazilian.
6.
Apparently Jack has been offered a promotion at work, but it will mean moving to New York.
7.
I absolutely love Italian food, especially pasta.
2.29.
The decorators will have finished painting by Tuesday, so we can move back into the flat then.
The football clubs say that they'll have built the new stadium in 6 months.
Laura won't have arrived before dinner, so I'll leave some food in the oven for her.
When will they have learnt enough English to be able to communicate fluently?
2.30.
Don't phone between 7 and 8 as we'll be having dinner then.
Good luck with your test tomorrow. I'll be thinking of you.
This time tomorrow I'll be sitting at a cafe drinking a beer.
Come at 7 because we won't be starting dinner until 8.
Will you be waiting for me when I get off the train?
I'll be going to the supermarket later. Do you want anything?
2.31. Weather. What's the weather like? A. 1.
It's cool.
2.
It's chilly.
3.
It's freezing.
4.
It's below 0.
5.
It's mild.
6.
It's warm.
7.
It's boiling. It's scorching.
8.
It's humid.
9.
It's damp.
10.
It's drizzling.
11.
There are showers.
12.
It's pouring.
13.
There's a breeze.
B.
When the weather's foggy or misty or there's smog, it's difficult to see. Mist isn't usually very thick and it often occurs in the mountains or near the sea. Fog is thicker and can be found in towns and in the country. Smog is caused by pollution and usually occurs in big cities.
2.32. Extreme weather. 1.
Heat wave.
2.
Drought.
3.
Hail.
4.
Lightning.
5.
Thunder.
6.
Blizzard.
7.
Flood.
8. 8.
Hurricane.
9.
Monsoon.
2.33. Adjectives to describe weather.
In the north of England and Scotland, it will be very cold, with strong winds and heavy rain. There will also be thick fog in the hills and near the coast, though it should clear by midday. Driving will be dangerous, as the roads will be icy. However, the south of England and the Midlands will have clear skies, and it will be bright and sunny, though the temperature will still be quite low. Over the next few days, the weather will be changeable, with some showers but occasional sunny periods. It should become more settled over the weekend.
2.34. 1.
Blow. Snow. Showers. Below.
2.
Weather. Sweat. Heavy. Heat.
3.
Drizzle. Blizzard. Chilly. Mild.
4.
Hard. Warm. Dark. Garden.
5.
Flood. Cool. Soon. Loose.
6.
Fort. Ought. Drought. Brought.
7.
Thunder. Sunny. Hurricane. Humid.
8.
Scorching. World. Tornado. Storm.
2.35. 1.
It will be below zero tomorrow with some snow showers.
2.
He was sweating heavily because of the heat.
3.
It's windy, chilly, and starting to drizzle.
4.
The river's going to flood soon.
5.
The day before the hurricane was sunny and humid.
2.36. 1.
Oh, it was a few years ago now, I think. It was 2010. My wife and I had booked to spend New Year's Eve in a pub in Yorkshire in the north of England. It's a very famous pub because it's supposed to be the highest pub in the UK and it has beautiful views. Well, we knew that the weather wasn't going to be good. The forecast said it would snow, but it didn't really worry us. We're from the north and we're used to the snow. Anyway, we arrived in the afternoon and then we got dressed up for dinner. There were about 30 guests and we were having a great time. But as it got nearer to midnight, I noticed that it had started snowing very heavily. We went to bed late, of course. I mean, it was New Year's Eve. But when we woke up the next morning, there was so much snow that we realised it was going to be impossible to leave the pub. The roads were completely blocked and our cars were buried under mountains of snow. Everybody was stuck there in the pub for 2 more nights. But it wasn't a problem at all. There are worse places to be stuck than in a pub. In fact, we had a great time. We all helped a bit with preparing the food and we did the washing up after the meals. And in the evenings we organised quizzes and we all got to know each other. On January the 3rd, they finally cleared the roads with snow ploughs and we were able to leave. But I have to say that it was one of the best New Year's Eves ever.
2.
This was in the summer of 2003, and there was a terrible heatwave in London. I remember it really well because it was my daughter's 6th birthday on the 7th of August, and we'd invited some of her friends round to our house for a party in the garden. When the children arrived that afternoon, it was just unbearably hot, I mean, it was about 36 degrees, which is absolutely scorching for us. It was just too hot to be outside. And it was too hot to be inside too, because we didn't have air conditioning. Very few houses do in Britain. And all the little girls were starting to get really exhausted from the heat, and I just didn't know what to do with them. But then my husband said, "Why don't we all go to my clinic?" He's a doctor, and his private clinic's just down the road, and the clinic has air conditioning. So we took the children to the clinic and had the party there. It was lovely and cool there, and the girls played party games in the waiting room. But then they started running around the clinic as well, and I got really worried that they were going to break something. The whole day was a bit of a nightmare, to tell the truth.
3.
In October 1987, I was 16 and I was at a girls' boarding school, a school in Kent in the southeast of England. It was a big old house and it had really beautiful grounds. That night, I woke up in the middle of the night because our bedroom window was rattling loudly. We could also hear very loud banging outside. I looked outside and I could see that it was incredibly windy. The wind was howling and trees were bending right over and things were being blown all over the place. I'd never seen such a strong wind. Soon all the girls in my dormitory had woken up and the room was full of confused, sleepy teenagers. Suddenly a group of girls came running in from the room next door. A tree had fallen and broken the window by one of the beds and had covered it in glass. It was quite scary, but it was exciting as well. Then a teacher came in and told us not to worry and to go back to sleep, but it was very difficult to get to sleep because of the noise of the wind, and we were awake for hours until finally the wind died down and we could get to sleep. The next day, when we woke up, we looked outside. It looked as if somebody had dropped a bomb. There were fallen trees and branches everywhere. Just in our school grounds, 200 trees had been blown down. On the radio, they said that it had been a hurricane and that 18 people had been killed. Later, we found out that all over Britain, 15 million trees had blown down during the night.
Don't know what to say? Talk about the weather. It is commonly observed, wrote Dr. Johnson in 1758, that when two Englishmen meet, their first talk is of the weather. They are in haste to tell each other what each must already know, that it is hot or cold, bright or cloudy, windy or calm. Not much has changed. A survey published earlier this year found that the average British person mentions the weather at least once every 6 hours, and that 70% of us check the weather forecast every day, even when nothing unusual is happening. Last week, as temperatures soared to 29 degrees Celsius, the highest recorded end-of-September temperature for 116 years, there was a sense of both delight at the lovely hot weather and worry about the threat of global warming. On television and in the newspapers, experts argued earnestly over what such extreme weather meant and if there was even a term for it. While many called it an Indian summer, the Met Office ruled that it couldn't be properly called an Indian summer, which only occurs as a warm spell in autumn, especially in October and November. The BBC's main weatherman also agreed that the heat had arrived a bit too early to be described as an Indian summer. Indian summer has different names across the globe. In Britain, until around the end of the First World War, late heat waves were known as St. Martin's summers, the feast of St. Martin falling on the 11th of November, and in much of Europe they still are. Other countries have their own names. In Russia, it's an old lady's summer. In Bulgaria, a gypsy summer. And in China, a tiger autumn. But the big difference between the British and other nationalities is that they talk about Indian summers much more. Britons need weather talk to help us overcome our reserve, explains Kate Fox, author of Watching the English. We talk about it a lot, but not because it is an intrinsically interesting topic. People use weather talk to facilitate social interaction. The writer Sir John Mortimer saw a deeper reason for Britain's peculiar obsession with the weather. There's nothing personal about it, he wrote. It gives away no secrets. Talking to our next-door neighbours over the fence, we, as a nation, are reluctant to make such uncomfortable confessions as, "I can't stand your children," or "I'm passionately in love with your wife." It's far easier to say, "I think we'll be having rain over the weekend."
2.38. 1.
Yes, I think I am. Or anyway, more than I used to be. I think my attitude to risk has changed as I've got older. For example, I'm more open to risking a change in appearance because I think I'm less self-conscious now. I often change hairstyles and colour, but when I was younger I had the same hairstyle for years and years. I also think I would take more risks travelling now because I'm more self-confident, so I'm pretty sure I could cope with any problems.
2.
Yes, I'm definitely a risk taker. I take risks to do things that I enjoy, like skiing or cycling in London, which is pretty dangerous. In fact, I think the element of risk probably makes them even more enjoyable. The only time I wouldn't take a risk would be if I couldn't see that I was going to get any pleasure from it. I wouldn't do something risky just for the sake of it.
3.
I'm the sort of person who likes to know exactly what I'm doing and when I'm doing it, so there's not much room for risk in my life. For me, risk means not being completely in control, and that can make me feel really nervous. For example, if I'm meeting a friend for dinner, I always make sure we have a table booked somewhere nice. I wouldn't risk just turning up and hoping that there was a table. And I never buy clothes online because I don't want to run the risk of them being the wrong size and having to send them back.
4.
I'm definitely not a risk taker. I might like to think that I am, as it seems exciting, but I'm not. I live in a suburb of London, and I'd never walk home on my own in the evening when it's dark, as that just seems like an unnecessary risk to take, and I'd never get into a taxi on my own at night. But on the other hand, I would love to do something like bungee jumping or paragliding, which other people would probably think is risky.
5.
I don't see myself as a risk taker. I've done a lot of mountain climbing, and everyone assumes because of this that I'm attracted to risk, but it isn't really true. In fact, when you're climbing high mountains, you're always trying to minimise the risk. The biggest risk I've ever taken in my life was a professional one. After 20 years in the same job, I left and set up my own company. And that's given me a lot more sleepless nights than climbing in the Andes or the Himalayas.
6.
I'm happy to take risks. I love driving fast. In fact, I bought myself a sports car when I had some money and I got quite a few speeding tickets, though probably not as many as I deserved. I also take risks with money, like lending to people who probably won't pay me back, or spending all I have on something a bit unnecessary. Last year, I went on a balloon ride and I was amazed that so many people said, "Ooh, I wouldn't do that." I loved it and I'd happily do it again. It was fantastic.
2.39.
If you want to be fit, you need to do some exercise every day.
If people are wearing headphones in the street, they often don't notice other people.
If you haven't been to New York, you haven't lived.
2.40.
If the photos are good, I'll send them to you.
If you're not going to Jason's party, I'm not going to go either.
If I haven't come back by 9, start dinner without me.
I'll have finished in an hour if you don't disturb me.
2.41.
I'll be ready as soon as I've had a cup of coffee.
Send me a message when your train's coming into the station.
I'm not going to buy the new model until the price has gone down a bit.
I'm not going to work overtime this weekend unless I get paid for it.
Take your umbrella in case it's raining when you leave work.
2.42. Dialogue 1. 1.
I'll tell you as soon as I know my plans.
2.
If 6 of us go, it won't be too expensive.
3.
We'll have to book soon if we want to get somewhere nice.
Dialogue 2. 4.
I'll be waiting by the ticket office when you get there.
5.
What will you do if I'm late?
6.
Well, give me my ticket in case I get there at the last minute.
2.43.
If we rent a flat in the mountains, will you come skiing with us?
I'll tell you as soon as I know my plans. How much do you think it'll cost?
If 6 of us go, it won't be too expensive.
Well, I'll have to check my dates first.
OK, but we'll have to book soon if we want to get somewhere nice.
How will I find you at the theatre?
I'll be waiting by the ticket office when you get there.
What will you do if I'm late? I don't finish work until 7.
I'll wait for you until 7:20 and then I'll go to my seat.
Well, give me my ticket in case I get there at the last minute.
2.44.
For most of us, the riskiest thing we ever do is to get into a car and drive. And as this is something that we do almost every day of our lives, we need to take the risks involved in driving very seriously. Sandra, you're an expert in road safety. How dangerous is driving compared to other ways of getting around?
Driving gets a lot of bad publicity. Statistics show that, mile for mile, it's riskier to be a pedestrian or a jogger than to drive a car or ride a motorbike.
But car accidents do happen. What's the main reason?
50% of all fatal accidents occur because someone has broken the law. The most frequent cause of fatal accidents in the UK is driving too fast, and the second most frequent is drink driving. And the third major cause of fatal accidents is when a driver falls asleep at the wheel.
Is that very common?
Yes, it is. A surprising 10% of accidents are caused by this.
Tell us about some of the other factors that can increase our chances of having an accident.
Well, the time of day we're on the road is a very significant factor. Generally speaking, driving at night, for example, is 4 times as dangerous as during the day. This is mainly because visibility is so much worse when it's dark. By day, a driver's visibility is roughly 500 yards, but at night, driving with headlights, it can be as little as 120 yards.
Are there any times of day or night that are particularly risky?
Research shows that you're most likely to have an accident between 5 and 7 p.m. during the week. That's to say, during the evening rush hour, and especially in the winter when it's dark. And the day of the week when you're most likely to have an accident is Friday. In the UK, more accidents happen on a Friday between 5 and 7 p.m. than at any other time.
Why do you think that is?
It's probably because people are finishing work for the week and are rushing home to start their weekend. Their mind may already be on what they're planning to do, and they may not be concentrating 100% on the road. So, this is a time of the week when car drivers need to be especially careful.
Which brings us to where accidents happen.
60% of accidents happen within 2 miles of where we live. Statistically, the most common kind of accident is crashing into a parked car near our home. Research shows that drivers concentrate less well when they're driving on familiar roads. Fortunately, most of these accidents are not fatal.
So what about fatal accidents? Where do these tend to happen?
As far as fatal accidents are concerned, the riskiest kind of road to drive on is a country road. Almost half of all fatal car crashes in the UK take place on country roads. In fact, you're twice as likely to have an accident on a country road than on an urban road.
And why is that?
Drivers often think that it's okay to break the speed limit on these roads because there's less traffic and, consequently, they take more risks.
And the safest kind of road to drive on?
A motorway is by far the safest kind of road.
People, usually men, say that women have more accidents than men. Is that true?
Well, it is true that, mile for mile, women have more minor accidents than men, but a man is twice as likely to be killed in a car accident as a woman.
So men really are more dangerous drivers then?
Women, by nature, are usually much more careful and cautious drivers than men. In general, men take far more unnecessary risks when they're driving than women.
The age of a driver must be an important factor too.
Yes. In fact, it's probably the most important factor. A driver aged between 17 and 24 has double the risk of having an accident than an older driver. The reasons for this are obvious. This is the age when drivers have very limited experience of driving, but it's also when they're most likely to drive too fast and take unnecessary risks, particularly if there are other young people in the car.
Which is why a lot of people would like to see the age limit for having a driving licence raised to 21.
I think it would be a very good idea.
Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much for coming into the studio today, Sandra. And to all you drivers out there who are listening, drive safely.
2.24 Interview with a children's book expert, Part 2.
What do you think is the one big thing that helps to make a child a reader?
One of the extraordinary things about reading that isn't talked about enough, I think, there's a lot of talk about how children learn to read and all of this, but actually, and what strategy might be best, but actually, what makes a reader a book? It's finding the book that you really want to read. And so that's the chemistry, that's the chemical moment when a child finds something that they really want to read.
Teenagers can also be quite negative about reading. What do you think can help inspire teenagers to read?
Well, I think the biggest inspiration, I would like to say, again, to get back to the idea that it is the right book, but I think there are lots of ways into reading. And one of the things that's very evident is that good films, far from putting children off reading the book, often take children or teenagers to read the book. You take a book like The Beach, all right, it wasn't a book that was written for children, but it was a great teen novel. It was a sort of almost a teen anthem novel. And a lot of teenagers read the book after they'd seen the film.
How do you feel about children reading books which are badly written?
What I certainly wouldn't do is make judgments about quality of writing. One of the weirdest things that happens in children's books is that as soon as a child finds an author that they love, the parents tend to think it's not suitable. Because they think if the child is loving it, it's too easy or too trivial or too whatever. And Jacqueline Wilson is a very good example of this. She's an author who girls particularly found and loved for years, and it's taken the parents a very long time to realise that she is a very good author. And what do you say about someone like J.K. Rowling, who is, not a great literary stylist, but has some really remarkable qualities in her books and will be credited over probably 3 more generations for having made children readers? I wouldn't want to say children shouldn't have read her books because they're not of great literary quality.
2.25 Interview with a children's book expert, Part 3.
For the most part, do you read paper books or e-books?
I'm almost entirely a print book reader. But that's not out of prejudice, that's just out of the fact that I get sent all the books, so it's easy for me to find the book I want to read and pick it up. I read on my iPad sometimes. I think we ought to sort of stop seeing the two in polarity. I think, everybody is going to read both. I read the newspaper online and I read it in print on the weekends. I think we are all just going to get very used to reading in different ways.
Has all the new media made young people read less?
When television first hit, as it were, everyone said children would stop reading. And the curious thing is that children's books, and even books for teenagers, are stronger now, much stronger than they were when children's television first took hold. Children's television has slightly dwindled, books have increased. So the book has always been under threat from these other media, but somehow reading survives. So there must be something very important about it, or it would have gone. We would all have taken to seeing things in film, which is a much easier way of accessing the same wonderful stories. Or I always think the thing that really threatens reading is listening to music. I know you can do both, but most people don't. But, even with the explosion of music that children have access to, they still have found time for reading.
Do you still read for pleasure?
Well, I still do read for pleasure, but it's harder to get back to that magical experience, which I do remember very clearly from childhood. I do remember that being totally absorbed in the book. But as you get older, it's just harder to carve out time like that, and there's always something else pressing. And of course, that's got more so if, I have a BlackBerry, I look at it all the time, and I have to stop myself doing that if I'm going to enter this amazing fictional world. So for me, the place that it really works best is a long train journey, because I don't have to look at anything. I can be out of my ordinary life, and I can just have that experience of getting completely lost in the story. But it only really works when the story comes to you and you have that kind of chemical moment when the story grabs you and you're not going to stop until you've got to the end of it, or whatever, you want to read it as long as possible. So I can still read for pleasure, but I have to find the right book.
2.26. Interview with a children's book expert, looking at language.
Well, that's interesting, because if I think back to it, I think there's a lot of talk about how children learn to read and all of this, but actually, and what strategy might be best, but actually, what makes a reader? Well, I think the biggest inspiration, I would like to say, again, you take a book like The Beach, all right, it wasn't a book that was written for children. It's a sort of almost a teen anthem novel. And what do you say about someone like J.K. Rowling, who is, not a great literary stylist?
2.27. In the street. 1. Charlie.
What was your favourite book when you were a child?
My favourite book was Dear Zoo.
Why did you like it so much?
I liked the fact that the boy got lots of different animals through the post, and that actually all he wanted was a dog for a pet, and that growing up my parents wouldn't let me have a pet, so it was quite a nice idea of lots of animals coming to stay and then having to go backwards and forwards. Was there a character in a children's book that you identified with? Yes, George in Enid Blyton's The Famous Five was a girl, and she was like a tomboy, so I quite liked the idea of being quite adventurous and doing things that boys tended to do when I was growing up.
2. Sean.
What was your favourite book when you were a child?
Probably The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe.
Why did you like it so much?
I remember we had a teacher at school who read it aloud to us when I was probably 6 or 7, when I was too young to read it myself. And I remember getting the book and then sitting down by myself and reading it. And I think it was the first time I realised how much you could get out of a book, I think.
Was there a character in a children's book that you identified with?
I can't think of any specific characters. I think I was quite a scruffy child. I always had dirty knees and torn clothes and things like that. So whenever there was a boy who got into lots of trouble, I usually thought that's a little bit like me. But I can't think of one particular one.
3. Lucy.
What was your favourite book when you were a child?
I really loved anything by Michael Morpurgo, all the Roald Dahl books, and the Northern Lights series by Philip Pullman.
Why did you like them?
I really enjoyed the Roald Dahl books because of the great illustrations that Quentin Blake did. I just found them really inventive and vivid, and they really kind of contributed to my understanding of those stories. And the Northern Lights I loved because it just offered a really detailed other world to just dive into, and this kind of idea of alternative universes and weird futures that could possibly happen.
Was there a character in a children's book that you identified with?
Not really sure. I used to love reading school stories, like books about boarding schools off in the Swiss Alps or anything like that. And while I didn't necessarily identify with a specific character, I liked the kind of general idea of it, I suppose, and the kind of jolly japes that they would get up to. So I kind of identified with them in a more general way as a schoolgirl, I suppose.
2.28. Colloquial English phrases. 1.
I liked the fact that the boy got lots of different animals through the post.
2.
She was like a tomboy, so I quite like the idea of being quite adventurous.
3.
I remember we had a teacher at school who read it aloud to us.
4.
So whenever there was a boy who got into lots of trouble.
5.
I loved because it just offered a really detailed other world to just dive into.
3.2. Feelings. Adjectives. 1. J.
I'm very offended.
2. F.
I feel a bit homesick.
3. E.
I'm a bit disappointed.
4. G.
I'm very lonely.
5. I.
I'm incredibly proud.
6. H.
I'm really nervous.
7. C.
I'm very grateful.
8. A.
I'm shocked.
9. D.
Oh, I'm so relieved.
10. B.
I feel a bit guilty.
3.3. Strong adjectives. 1.
Stunned.
2.
Devastated.
3.
Delighted.
4.
Thrilled.
5.
Astonished.
6.
Desperate.
7.
Overwhelmed.
8.
Bewildered.
9.
Horrified.
3.4. Informal or slang words and expressions. 1. B.
I was scared stiff when I heard the bedroom door opening.
2. A.
You look a bit down. What's the problem?
3. D.
I'm absolutely shattered. I want to relax and put my feet up.
4. F.
I was completely gobsmacked when I heard that Tina was getting married.
5. E.
I'm sick of hearing you complain about your job.
6. C.
When he missed that penalty, I was absolutely gutted.
3.5. 1.
Hi, Sue. What's the matter?
I've just been robbed. Please come quickly. I'm desperate.
2.
You weren't offended by what I said, were you?
Yes, actually I was.
3.
What did you think of the film?
To be honest, I was a bit disappointed.
4.
What don't you understand in the report?
I'm just completely bewildered by so many facts and figures.
5.
Were you surprised to hear that the boss is leaving?
I was astonished. I really wasn't expecting it.
6.
So, can you come to dinner next week?
Yes, we'd be delighted to.
7.
How did your parents react when you told them you and Susan had separated?
They were devastated.
8.
How did you feel when you heard the news?
I was absolutely horrified. It was such an awful accident.
9.
So do you like the watch?
I love it. I'm completely overwhelmed. I don't know what to say.
3.6.
Yossi and Kevin soon realised that going by river was a big mistake. The river got faster and faster, and soon they were in rapids. The raft was swept down the river at an incredible speed until it hit a rock. Both men were thrown into the water. Kevin was a strong swimmer, and he managed to swim to land. But Yossi was swept away by the rapids.
Yossi, help!
But Yossi didn't drown. He was carried several kilometres downriver by the rapids, but he eventually managed to swim to the riverbank. He was totally exhausted. By an incredible piece of luck, he found their backpack floating in the river. The backpack contained a little food, insect repellent, a lighter, and, most important of all, the map. But the two friends were now separated by a canyon and 6 or 7 kilometres of jungle.
.7.
Kevin was feeling desperate. He didn't know if Yossi was alive or dead, but he started walking downriver to look for him. He felt responsible for what had happened to his friend, because he had persuaded him to go with him on the river.
Yossi! Yossi!
Yossi, however, was feeling quite optimistic. He was sure that Kevin would look for him, so he started walking upriver, calling his friend's name.
Kevin! Kevin! Kevin!
But nobody answered. At night, Yossi tried to sleep, but he felt terrified. The jungle was full of noises. Suddenly, he woke up because he heard a branch breaking. He turned on his flashlight. There was a jaguar staring at him. Yossi was trembling with fear. But then he remembered something that he had once seen in a film. He used a cigarette lighter to set fire to the insect repellent spray. And he managed to scare the jaguar away.
.8
After 5 days alone, Yossi was exhausted and starving. Suddenly, as he was walking, he saw a footprint on the trail. It was a hiking boot. It had to be Kevin's footprint.
Kevin!
He followed the trail until he discovered another footprint, and then another. But suddenly he realised that the footprints weren't Kevin's footprints. They were his own. He had been walking around in a circle. At that moment, Yossi realised that he would never find Kevin. In fact, he felt sure that Kevin must be dead. He felt totally depressed and on the point of giving up.
.9
But Kevin wasn't dead. He was still looking for Yossi. But after nearly a week, he was also weak and exhausted from lack of food and lack of sleep. He decided that it was time to forget Yossi and try to save himself. He had just enough strength left to hold onto a log and let himself float down the river. Kevin was incredibly lucky. He was rescued by 2 Bolivian hunters who were travelling downriver in a canoe. The men only hunted in that part of the rainforest once a year, so if they had passed by a short time earlier or later, they wouldn't have seen Kevin. They took him back to the town of San Jose, where he spent 2 days recovering.
3.10
As soon as Kevin felt well enough, he went to a Bolivian army base and asked them to look for Yossi.
Mi amigo está
My friend
perdido
is lost in the
en la
jungle.
selva. Deben buscarle.
You must look for him.
The army officer he spoke to was sure that Yossi must be dead. But in the end, Kevin persuaded them to take him up in a plane and fly over the part of the rainforest where Yossi might be. But the plane had to fly too high over the rainforest, and the forest was too dense. They couldn't see anything at all. It was a hopeless search. Kevin felt terribly guilty. He was convinced that it was all his fault that Yossi was going to die in the jungle. Kevin's last hope was to pay a local man with a boat to take him up the river to look for his friend.
.11
By now, Yossi had been on his own in the jungle for nearly 3 weeks. He hadn't eaten for days. He was starving, exhausted, and slowly losing his mind. It was evening. He lay down by the side of the river, ready for another night alone in the jungle. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a bee buzzing in his ear. He thought a bee had got inside his mosquito net. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that the buzzing noise wasn't a bee. It was a boat. Yossi was too weak to shout. But Kevin had already seen him.
Yossi! Yossi! Yossi!
It was a 1 in a million chance that Kevin would find his friend, but he did. Yossi was saved. When Yossi had recovered, he and Kevin flew to the city of La Paz, and they went directly to the hotel where they had agreed to meet Marcus and Carl. But Marcus and Carl were not at the hotel. The two men had never arrived back in the town of Apollo. The Bolivian army organized a search of the rainforest, but Marcus and Carl were never seen again.
.12 1.
If there was a fire in this hotel, it would be very difficult to escape.
I wouldn't have a car if I didn't live in the country.
2.
If you weren't making so much noise, I could concentrate better.
3.
If I were you, I'd make Jimmy wear a helmet when he's cycling.
3.13 1.
If you had come to class more often, you would have done better in the exams.
I wouldn't have been late if I hadn't overslept.
2.
He would have died if he hadn't been wearing a helmet.
If the jacket had been a bit cheaper, I might have bought it.
3.14 1.
If you came to class more often, you would probably pass the exam.
2.
If you had come to class more often, you would probably have passed the exam.
Lost in the jungle. 4 young men went into the jungle on the adventure of a lifetime. Only 2 of them would come out alive. The Amazonian rainforest is roughly the size of Europe or Australia. It is the home of more than half the plant and animal species known to man, many of which are lethal. In 1981, 3 friends went backpacking in a remote area of Bolivia. Yossi Ginsberg, 22, and his 2 friends, Kevin Wallace, 29, and Marcus Stamm, 29. They hired an experienced guide, an Austrian called Carl, who promised that he could take them deep into the rainforest to an undiscovered Indian village. Then they would raft nearly 200 kilometers back downriver. Carl said that the journey to the village would take them about 7 days. Before they entered the jungle, the 3 friends made a promise that they would go in together and come out together. The 4 men set off from the town of Apollo, and soon they had left civilization far behind. But after walking for more than a week, there was no sign of the village, and tensions began to appear in the group. The 3 friends started to suspect that Carl, the guide, didn't really know where the Indian village was. Yossi and Kevin began to get fed up with their friend Marcus, because he was complaining about everything, especially his feet, which had become infected and were hurting. Eventually, they decided to abandon the search for the village and just to hike back to Apollo instead of rafting the way they had come. But Kevin was furious because he thought that it was Marcus's fault that they had had to cut short their adventure. So he decided that he would raft down the river, and he persuaded Yossi to join him. But he didn't want Marcus to come with them. Marcus and Carl decided to go back to Apollo on foot. The 3 friends agreed to meet in a hotel in the capital, La Paz, in a week's time. Early next morning, the 2 pairs of travellers said goodbye and set off on their different journeys.
3.15
I wish cyclists wouldn't cycle on the pavement.
I wish you'd spend a bit more time with the children.
I wish the bus would come. I'm freezing.
I wish you wouldn't leave your shoes there. I almost fell over them.
3.16 1.
It really infuriates me when people drive really close behind me.
2.
I get very frustrated when something goes wrong with my internet connection and I don't know how to fix it.
3.
It's so embarrassing when I can't remember someone's name, but they can remember mine.
4.
I used to love shopping in the sales, but now I find it exhausting. After an hour, I just want to go home.
5.
I'm often disappointed with my birthday presents. My expectations are obviously too high.
6.
It amazes me that some people still don't buy things like books and music online.
7.
I find speaking in public absolutely terrifying. I hate doing it.
8.
I've often been inspired by reading about how some successful people have overcome difficulties.
9.
I never find instructions for electronic devices helpful. In fact, usually they just confuse me.
10.
When I travel, I'm always thrilled if I manage to communicate something in a foreign language.
3.17.
The top 5 regrets were, in reverse order, number 5, having taken up smoking. Number 4, not having saved enough money. Number 3, not having done more exercise or eaten more healthily. Number 2, not keeping in touch with friends. And the number 1 regret was not having travelled more and seen more of the world.
3.18. 1.
I wish I was 10 years younger.
I wish I could understand what they are saying.
2.
I wish I hadn't bought those shoes.
I wish you'd told me the truth.
3.19. 1.
I wish I hadn't eaten 2 pieces of cake.
2.
I wish I'd gone to university.
3.
I wish it wasn't my turn to cook tonight.
4.
I wish I knew where we were.
5.
I wish we didn't have to go to your parents for dinner.
6.
I wish I'd bought those shoes I saw in the sales.
3.20. 1.
I wish I hadn't eaten 2 pieces of cake.
Well, it's not my fault. You've got no self-control.
2.
I wish I'd gone to university.
Well, it isn't too late. You're only 22.
3.
I wish it wasn't my turn to cook tonight.
Sorry, but it is, and I'm getting hungry.
4.
I wish I knew where we were.
Well, don't ask me. I've never been here before.
5.
I wish we didn't have to go to your parents for dinner.
Do you want me to phone and make an excuse?
6.
I wish I'd bought those shoes I saw in the sales.
Why don't you go back to the shop and see if they still have them?
3.21. 1.
The only thing I really regret is not having had the courage to chat up a girl who I met at a party last summer. I really fancied her. She was very attractive, but I just wasn't brave enough to start a conversation. I wish I'd tried. I'm absolutely positive we would have got on well. Now it's too late. She's engaged to another guy.
2.
Yeah, at the risk of sounding really negative, I think the one thing that I really regret in my life is getting married. And I wished I'd listened to my sister who said to me in the car on the way to the registry office, someone has to say to you that you really don't have to do this, you know. And I really wish I'd listened to her, because it was the biggest mistake of my life. And in fact, the next day when I woke up, I realised it was a terrible mistake. And I spent the next 15 years trying to get out of it. And I would never do it again. So that's probably my biggest regret.
3.
I really wish I'd been able to know my grandmother better. She died when I was 12, and since then I've discovered that she must have been a really fascinating person. And there are so many things I would love to have been able to talk to her about. She was Polish, but she was in Russia, in St. Petersburg, during the Russian Revolution, and she knew all sorts of interesting people at the time. Painters, writers, people like that. I was only a child, so I never asked her much about her own life. Now, I'm discovering all about her through reading her old letters and papers, but I wish she'd lived longer so that I could have talked to her about those times face to face.
4.
When I was 15, I had a Saturday job in a supermarket, stacking shelves and that kind of thing. My friend also worked there, and he persuaded me one day to help him steal a carton of cigarettes, 200 cigarettes, from the stockroom. It was a crazy idea and totally out of character for me to do something like that. I'd always been very honest until then. Anyway, the manager of the shop found where we'd hidden the cigarettes, and he called the police. So when we came to work that evening, the police were waiting for us. Although we got off with just a warning, we were only kids, the police came to my house and talked to my mum. Oh, I felt so awful. But in the long run, it was probably a good thing, because it meant that I never ever thought about stealing something again.
5.
When I was 16, I got the chance to change schools and go to a better school to do my last 2 years. My parents were really keen for me to change because they thought I'd probably get better marks in the university entrance exams and so have a better chance of going to university. But I was totally against the idea, because I didn't want to leave all my friends behind, and I didn't know anyone at the other school. So, in the end, I managed to convince them, and I stayed at my old school. I did okay in my exams, but not brilliantly. Now I regret not listening to my parents, because I think it would have been better for my future career. But at the time, I just couldn't see it.
3.29. 1. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8.
Bass is the only reason you don't play is because it goes higher than you can play. So violas you just take over from the basses. 3 and
9. Ten. Eleven. .30. 1.
A cello.
2.
Drums.
3.
A soprano.
4.
A bass guitar.
5.
An orchestra.
6.
A saxophone.
7.
A flute.
8.
bass is the only reason you don't play is because it goes higher than you can play. So
A conductor.
9.
A choir.
10.
A keyboard.
11.
A violin.
3.31.
Cello. Concerto. Mezzo-soprano.
Orchestra. Choir. Chorus. Microphone. Rhythm. Symphony.
Ballet. Encore. Genre.
3.32. From Italian.
Barista. Cappuccino. Graffiti. Macchiato. Paparazzi. Villa.
From Greek.
Architecture. Hypochondriac. Philosophy. Photograph. Psychic. Psychologist.
From French.
Bouquet. Chauffeur. Chef. Chic. Croissant. Fiancé.
3.33. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8.
If you fought bad to me then, you might hate me now. Only difference is I care this time around. My heart beats fast when I think of the past. Remember two top cars in the back of your car. But nah, lately I'm living, not just surviving. I get pulled back into any bed of lying. Speak for yourself when you said we're all dying. I take my last breath, my spirit rides a horizon. Set a mortal spear and I was born with fear. I'm an immortal.
9. 3.34.
I think it's very interesting that human beings are the only animals which listen to music for pleasure. A lot of research has been done to find out why we listen to music, and there seem to be three main reasons. Firstly, we listen to music to make us remember important moments in the past. For example, when we met someone for the first time. Think of Humphrey Bogart in the film Casablanca saying, "Darling, they're playing our song." When we hear a certain piece of music, we remember hearing it for the first time in some very special circumstances. Obviously, this music varies from person to person. Secondly, we listen to music to help us change activities. If we want to go from one activity to another, we often use music to help us make the change. For example, we might play a certain kind of music to prepare us to go out in the evening. Or we might play another kind of music to relax us when we get home from work. That's mainly why people listen to music in cars, and they often listen to one kind of music when they're going to work and another kind when they're coming home. The same is true of people on buses and trains with their iPods. The third reason why we listen to music is to intensify the emotion that we're feeling. For example, If we're feeling sad, sometimes we want to get even sadder, so we play sad music. Or we're feeling angry, and we want to intensify the anger, then we play angry music. Or when we're planning a romantic dinner, we lay the table, we light candles, and then we think, what music would make this even more romantic?
3.35.
Let's take 3 important human emotions: happiness, sadness, and anger. When people are happy, they speak faster and their voice is higher. When they are sad, they speak more slowly and their voice is lower. And when people are angry, they raise their voices or shout. Babies can tell whether their mother is happy or not simply by the sound of her voice, not by her words. What music does is it copies this, and it produces the same emotions. So, faster, higher-pitched music will sound happy. Slow music, with lots of falling pitches, will sound sad. Loud music, with irregular rhythms, will sound angry. It doesn't matter how good or bad the music is. If it has these characteristics, it will make you experience this emotion. Let me give you some examples. For happy, for example, the first movement of Beethoven's 7th Symphony. For angry, say Mars from The Planets by Holst. And for sad, something like Albinone's Adagio for strings. Of course, the people who exploit this most are the people who write film soundtracks. They can take a scene which visually has no emotion, and they can make the scene either scary, or calm, or happy, just by the music they write to go with it. Think of the music in the shower scene in Hitchcock's film Psycho. All you can see is a woman having a shower, but the music makes it absolutely terrifying.
3.36. 1.
Firstly, we listen to music to make us remember important moments in the past.
2.
When we hear a certain piece of music, we remember hearing it for the first time.
3.
If we want to go from one activity to another, we often use music to help us make the change.
3.37. 1.
I enjoy listening to music.
I couldn't help laughing.
2.
I want to speak to you.
They can't afford to buy a new car.
3.
It might rain tonight.
I'd rather eat in than go out tonight.
3.38. 1.
It started to rain.
It started raining.
2.
Remember to lock the door.
I remember going to Venice as a child.
Sorry, I forgot to do it.
I'll never forget seeing the Taj Mahal.
I tried to open the window.
Try calling Miriam on her mobile.
You need to clean the car.
The car needs cleaning.
3.40. 1.
Why do you have problems sleeping?
Well, I'm Spanish, but I moved to London a few years ago when I married a British woman.
Mm-hmm.
I've been living here for 3 years now. I have a lot of problems getting to sleep at night because our bedroom just isn't dark enough. I can't get used to sleeping in a bedroom where there's light coming in from the streetlights outside. In Spain, I always used to sleep in complete darkness because my bedroom window had blinds, and when I went to bed, I used to close the blinds completely.
Mm-hmm.
But here in England, our bedroom window just has curtains, and curtains don't block out the light properly.
No.
It takes me a long time to get to sleep at night, and I always wake up more often than I used to do in Spain.
So why don't you just get thicker curtains?
Because my wife doesn't like sleeping in a completely dark room. She says that she feels claustrophobic if the room is too dark.
Ah, yes, a lot of people do feel like that.
3.41. 2.
Why do you have problems sleeping?
Well, I'm a policeman, and so I have to do shift work, which means I work at night every other week. So I start work at 10 o'clock at night and finish at 6 in the morning the following day. The main problem is that my body's used to sleeping at night, not during the day, so it's very hard to get used to being awake all night and trying to work and concentrate when your body is just telling you to go to bed.
But isn't it something you get used to?
Actually, no. Because I work during the day for 1 week and then the next week I work at night, which means that just when my body has got used to being awake at night, then I go back to working in the day, and then of course I can't get to sleep at night because my body thinks it's going to have to work all night. The other problem is that when I get home after working a night shift, everyone else is just starting to wake up. So that means that it can be really noisy. The neighbours put on the radio and bang doors and shout to wake their children up. So even though I'm really tired, it's just very hard to get to sleep.
How many hours do you usually sleep?
Before I became a policeman, I used to sleep about 8 or 9 hours a night. But I think now I probably don't sleep more than 6 hours.
3.42. 3.
Why do you have problems sleeping?
I have a lot of problems sleeping because of jet lag. I have to travel a lot in my job and I take a lot of long-haul flights. I fly to New York quite often and I arrive maybe at 6 in the evening my time, but when it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon in New York. So at 5 in the afternoon local time, I'll be feeling tired and ready for bed because it's my bedtime, but I can't go to sleep because I'm probably still working or having dinner with my American colleagues.
Right.
Then when I do finally get to bed at, say, midnight local time, I find that I wake up in the middle of the night because my body thinks that it's morning because it's still working on UK time.
And can you get back to sleep when you wake up?
No, that's the problem. I can't get back to sleep. And then the next day when I have meetings, I feel really sleepy. It's very hard to stay awake all day. And just when I'm finally used to being on New York time, then it's time to fly home. And flying west to east is even worse.
Oh, why's that?
Well, because when I get off the plane, it's early morning in the UK. But for me, on New York time, it's the middle of the night. It takes me 4 or 5 days to recover from one of these trips.
Gosh, that must be really difficult for you.
Yeah, it is.
3.43. 1.
I used to sleep for 8 hours every night, but now I only sleep for 6.
I didn't recognise him. He didn't used to have a beard.
2.
When I lived in France as a child, we used to have croissants for breakfast. We would buy them every morning from the local baker.
3.44. 1.
I'm not used to sleeping with a duvet. I've always slept with blankets.
Carlos has lived in London for years. He's used to driving on the left.
2.
I can't get used to working at night. I feel tired all the time.
Don't worry, you'll soon get used to it.
3.45. 1,
I'm used to working in a team.
2,
I can't get used to driving on the right.
3,
I used to get up at 6 o'clock every day.
3.46. 1,
I'm not used to sleeping on such a hard bed.
2,
I'll never get used to living alone.
3,
Did you used to sleep a lot when you were a teenager?
3.48.
We've been talking to Robert, the sleepwalking cook, and his wife Eleanor, and we're now joined by Professor Morris from Rochester, New York, who is an expert in sleepwalking.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Professor Morris, does this story surprise you?
No, it doesn't. Not at all. I have treated people who have driven cars, ridden horses, and I had one man who even tried to fly a helicopter while he was asleep.
Oh, no. Do people usually have their eyes open when they sleepwalk?
Yes. Sleepwalkers do usually have their eyes open. That's why sometimes it's difficult to know if someone is sleepwalking or not.
Mm-hmm. How common is sleepwalking?
More common than you might think. Research shows that about 18% of the population have a tendency to sleepwalk. But it's much more common in children than in teenagers or adults. And curiously, it's more common among boys than girls. Adults who sleepwalk are normally people who used to sleepwalk when they were children. They might do it after a stressful event. For example, after a traffic accident.
People always say that you should never wake a sleepwalker up when they're walking. Is that true?
No, it isn't. People used to think that it was dangerous to wake up a sleepwalker, but in fact, this isn't the case. You can wake a sleepwalker up without any problem, although if you do, it is quite common for the sleepwalker to be confused, so he or she probably won't know where they are for a few moments.
That's true. So if we see someone sleepwalking, should we wake them up?
Yes. You should remember that another of the myths about sleepwalkers is that they can't injure themselves while they are sleepwalking. But this isn't true. If a sleepwalker is walking around the house, they might trip or fall over a chair or even fall downstairs. There was a case a while ago of a 9-year-old girl who opened her bedroom window while she was sleepwalking and fell 30 feet to the ground. Luckily, she wasn't seriously injured. So you see, Eleanor, you're quite right to worry that Robert might burn himself when he's cooking. You need to wake him up and get him back to bed.
Okay. How long does sleepwalking usually last?
It can be very brief. For example, a few minutes. The most typical cases are people getting up and getting dressed or people going to the bathroom. But it can occasionally last much longer, maybe half an hour or even more, as in Robert's case.
And what happens when sleepwalkers wake up? Do they remember the things they did while they were sleepwalking?
No. As Robert says, a sleepwalker usually doesn't remember anything afterwards.
So, is a sleepwalker responsible for his or her actions?
That's a very good question, actually. A few years ago, a man from Canada got up in the middle of the night and drove 20 miles from his home to the house where his parents-in-law lived. And for no apparent reason, he killed his mother-in-law.
Oh, goodness.
The man was charged with murder, but he was found not guilty because he had been asleep at the time he committed the crime.
3.49. 1,
Most people start feeling sleepy around 11 o'clock at night.
2.
They often open their mouth and yawn.
3.
They go to bed and set their alarm clock.
4.
They get into bed and put their head on the pillow.
5.
They cover themselves up with a duvet or with sheets and blankets.
6.
Soon they fall asleep.
7.
Some people make a loud noise when they breathe. In other words, they snore.
8.
During the night, some people have bad dreams called nightmares.
9.
If you don't hear your alarm clock, you might oversleep.
10.
If you drink coffee in the evening, it may keep you awake.
11.
Some people can't sleep because they suffer from insomnia.
12.
These people often have to take sleeping tablets.
13.
Some people have a siesta or nap after lunch.
14.
A person who sleeps well sleeps like a log.
15.
Someone who is tired after flying to another time zone is jet-lagged.
16.
Someone who is sleeping very deeply is fast asleep.
3.23. Interview with a film director, Part 1.
What were you hoping to do by making the film Trashed?
Well, I think the role of the film for me was to raise awareness on the topic and get it into the press so that people could start having a meaningful conversation about waste, which is not a particularly attractive subject, let's say.
How many countries did you film in?
We ended up actually filming in 11 countries, but the stories that I've chosen are universal, and obviously I spoke to people in communities in more countries than we actually filmed in, but the stories are certainly not isolated. They're repeated around the world, sadly, wherever you kind of want to pick, actually.
How did you persuade Jeremy Irons to get involved in the film?
I had worked with Jeremy some years ago on a different film, and I was generally aware that he doesn't like waste either. He will, wear his jumpers until they're worn out. He'll keep his cars until they're falling apart. He'll repair everything. So he's always seen, the value in reusing things. It's just something natural to him as well. So he just felt like a natural first approach, and so I sent him the treatment, and amazingly, he loved it.
How did you get Vangelis to write the soundtrack?
Well, Jeremy and Vangelis have been friends for years, so Jeremy sent him the rough cut of the film, and Vangelis absolutely loved it. He is also a committed environmentalist, so he's always been aware. He was aware because he'd worked with Cousteau, sort of various people, he was aware of issues for the seas and so on. But generally, again, he was very shocked by the film and really wanted to get involved. So,
what research did you do before you started making the film?
I spent about a year talking to communities, talking to experts, obviously reading an awful lot. And just ingesting it all, because obviously, again, it's such an enormous topic to take on.
3.24. Interview with a film director, Part 2.
Rubbish isn't very attractive visually. Was that a problem for you as a filmmaker?
Yes and no. Strangely enough, obviously I had a wonderful DOP, director of photography, so he can pretty much make anything look beautiful, I think. But I wanted to choose, as I've said earlier, I did a lot of research, and so sadly these things were repeatable and in every country around the world. So I wanted to choose beautiful places wherever possible that have been ruined, unfortunately, by man-made rubbish. So the ancient port of Saida in Lebanon, the fact that, you know, you've got this huge mountain of waste, which was formerly a flat, sandy beach.
What was a sandy beach?
Documentaries about how we're destroying the planet can be very depressing. Was that also a challenge for you?
A huge challenge, yes. I would have preferred to make a much more cheerful documentary than I think Trash is. I think it has got hope. I think because we were very much aware that we wanted to offer solutions at the end of it. But you are, the subject is not a cheerful subject. I could have gone further, I think, with it, but I didn't want to, because actually, you know, you could sort of end up feeling like you just want to go and shoot yourself, which is not what I wanted. I wanted to feel that, you know, people feel that they can make a difference to this topic.
The amount of rubbish in the world's water.
In the film, you focus on air pollution, land pollution and water pollution. Which do you think is the most worrying?
If I had to pick one, which I would be reluctant to do, it would be water, without a doubt. I think that what has happened to all of the oceans and beaches actually as well in the world in the last 30 years is astonishing in the scale and the speed. You know, there are certain places in the world that, you know, you have to dig down on a beach over a foot before you will find sand that doesn't have plastic in it. Unfortunately, what's happened with the way that soft plastic degrades in water is that the pieces become so fragmented that they're the same size as the zooplankton, which obviously is in the food chain.
3.25 Interview with a film director, Part 3.
Who do you think is mostly to blame for the problems we have with waste?
I tried very hard, actually, not to blame one person or things in the film, actually, quite deliberately, because I think in a way it lets us off the hook, and it also I think we all need to work on the problem together, because it's too complicated to blame one person or one thing or one act, or you know, I think it's multifaceted, unfortunately.
As well as using
Your film finishes on an optimistic note, with the example of San Francisco's zero waste policy. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Well, I actually, in the film, ended up using San Francisco as the example, because I wanted to show that zero waste could be achieved on a big scale. When you go and stay in San Francisco in your hotel room, you'll have 4 different bins, and you'll have signs on the wall of what goes into each bin. So it's very, very easy to recycle, and I think that's a huge part of what we should be doing.
Has the film changed your own habits regarding waste?
I don't think the film has particularly changed my own habits dramatically, because I've always been thrifty by nature, because I was lucky enough to spend a lot of time with my grandparents when I was growing up, and the post-war sort of philosophy of never wasting anything, it just, you know, it was instilled in me. I ride the same bicycle that I've had since I was 15 years old, and I've over the years obviously had it repaired, but I take tremendous pride in the fact that I've always ridden the same bike, and, you know, I have lovely memories of it, so, and with it. So I think we need a sort of slight change of mindset to make things cool the longer you have them, in a way, than actually this perpetual thing of buying new things for the sake of it.
3.26 Interview with a film director, looking at language.
We ended up actually filming in 11 countries. But the stories that I've chosen are universal, and obviously I spoke to people in communities in more countries than we actually filmed in. And so I sent him the treatment, and amazingly, he loved it. But generally, again, he was very shocked by the film and really wanted to get involved. Yes and no. Strangely enough, obviously, I had a wonderful DOP, director of photography, so he can pretty much make anything look beautiful. I did a lot of research, and so sadly these things were repeatable and in every country around the world. Unfortunately, what's happened with the way that soft plastic degrades in water is that the pieces become so fragmented.
3.27. In the street. 1. Sally.
How much recycling do people in your country do?
I don't think we do enough. I think you could do a little bit more. I'm not wonderful myself, but we try and do a little bit of recycling.
How responsible are you personally?
Well, we'd probably do about 30% we recycle.
What do you think the government or individuals could do to make people recycle more?
Well, they could give you all these boxes and bins and things at home to help you recycle. The Germans seem to do it quite well.
2. Joe.
How much recycling do people in your country do?
I think people are quite good at recycling. I think now that the waste companies come and collect recycling from the houses, people haven't really got an excuse not to recycle anymore.
How responsible are you personally?
I recycle as much as I can.
What do you think the government or individuals could do to make people recycle more?
Well, maybe they could offer a financial incentive for recycling, or maybe for producing less rubbish that can't be recycled.
3. Jill.
How much recycling do people in your country do?
I think that recycling is getting better in this country. I think we still have a long ways to go. I think it's still done largely in pockets and not necessarily nationwide as much as it could be.
How responsible are you personally?
Actually, in the town where I live, we have a very strong recycling program, and so I participate in filling it up with cans and bottles and newspapers and all kinds of stuff, and they come and get it every other week, so easy to do. Mm-hmm.
What do you think the government or individuals could do to make people recycle more?
Well, incentives always work. Besides above and beyond monetary incentives, just incentives to, promote benefits to the environment.
4. Pranjal.
How much recycling do people in your country do?
I don't think people in the US recycle enough. I think we should recycle more, and I'm even guilty of not recycling enough, but I don't think we recycle enough.
How responsible are you personally?
Personally, I'm not really that responsible in cycling. I'll be honest, I don't really recycle that often, but if I do get the opportunity to recycle, I will.
What do you think the government or individuals could do to make people recycle more?
Well, I think it's important for individuals to realize that even the smallest difference makes a big difference, and so if everyone can just get in that mindset that the smallest change they can make in their lives makes a big difference, I think that will in fact make a big difference.
3.28. Colloquial English phrases. 1.
People haven't really got an excuse not to recycle anymore.
2.
Well, maybe they could offer a financial incentive for recycling.
3.
I think we still have a long ways to go.
4.
In filling it up with cans and bottles and newspapers and all kinds of stuff.
5.
And so if everyone can just get in that mindset that the smallest change they can make in their lives makes a big difference.
4.2. Conversation 1.
Where's my milk? It's not here.
I haven't seen it. You must have finished it.
I definitely didn't finish it. I was keeping a bit for my cereal this morning. You must have used it.
Me? I never take anything from the fridge that isn't mine. You might have given it to the cat last night and then forgotten about it.
The cat drinks water, not milk, so I can't have given it to the cat. Last night there was half a carton of milk in the fridge, my milk.
Well, I don't know what's happened to it.
What are you drinking?
Just coffee?
Yes, white coffee. That's where my milk went. Well, you can go to the supermarket and get me some more.
Okay, calm down. I'll go and get you some milk.
Conversation 2.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Why are you taking the third exit? She said the second exit.
I'm sure it's this one. I remember when we came here last time.
According to that sign, this is the A245.
The A245? Oh no! We must have gone wrong.
Of course we've gone wrong. We should have taken the second exit at the roundabout. What's the point of having a sat-nav if you don't do what it says?
Okay. I may have made a mistake, but if you knew the way to your cousin's house, then we wouldn't have to use the sat-nav.
Turn round as soon as possible. Turn round as soon as possible.
4.3. 1,
You must have finished it.
2,
You might have given it to the cat last night.
3,
I can't have given it to the cat.
4,
Oh no, we must have gone wrong.
5,
We should have taken the second exit at the roundabout.
6,
Okay, I may have made a mistake.
4.4. 1,
I must have left my phone at Anna's. I definitely remember having it there.
You must have seen something. You were there when the accident happened.
2,
Somebody might have stolen your wallet when you were getting off the train.
He still hasn't arrived. I may not have given him the right directions.
3,
She can't have gone to bed. It's only 10 o'clock.
You can't have seen their faces very clearly. It was too dark.
4.5.
We've gone the wrong way. We shouldn't have turned left at the traffic lights.
It's my fault. I ought to have told you earlier that my mother was coming.
Who murdered Jill Dando? The killing of a popular BBC journalist and TV presenter has baffled police and crime experts for many years. One of the strangest unsolved crimes in the UK in recent years was the murder of Jill Dando, a well-known and much-loved presenter on the BBC programme Crime Watch. On Crime Watch, major crimes are reconstructed by actors in the hope that members of the public will come forward with new information to help the police catch the criminals involved. According to the producers of the show, about a third of its cases are solved, half of which as a direct result of viewers' calls. These have included some of Britain's most notorious crimes, such as kidnappings and murders. But on the morning of the 26th of April 1999, Jill Dando herself became a victim of a violent crime. As she was about to open the front door of her house in West London, she was shot once in the head. Her body was discovered about a quarter of an hour later by her next-door neighbour. At first, there was great media speculation that the murderer might have been a criminal who had previously been convicted and imprisoned because of Jill Dando's investigative work on Crime Watch. But the police later discounted this theory. In fact, Crime Watch reconstructed the presenter's murder in an attempt to aid the police in the search for her killer. But a year later, despite an intensive police investigation, no arrest had been made. The police began to focus their attention on 38-year-old Barry George, who lived about half a mile from Dando's house. He had a history of stalking women and other antisocial and attention-seeking behaviour. George was put under police surveillance, and on the 25th of May 2000, he was arrested and charged with Dando's murder. He was tried at the Old Bailey Court in London, and he pleaded not guilty to murder. The jury reached a majority verdict. George was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment, despite the fact that the only forensic evidence linking him to the crime was a tiny microscopic particle in his pocket, which experts believed could be gunpowder. George appealed unsuccessfully against the sentence on 2 occasions, but after a third appeal, he was acquitted and released from prison after serving 8 years of his life sentence. Jill Dando's murder remains unsolved.
4.6. 1,
You must have finished it.
2,
You might have given it to the cat last night.
3,
I can't have given it to the cat.
4,
Oh no, we must have gone wrong.
5,
We should have taken the second exit at the roundabout.
6,
OK, I may have made a mistake.
4.7.
In life, we sometimes have disagreements with people. It could be with your partner, with your boss, with your parents, or with a friend. When this happens, the important thing is to try not to let a difference of opinion turn into a heated argument. But of course, it's easier said than done. The first thing I would say is that the way you begin the conversation is very important. Imagine you're a student and you share a flat with another student who you think isn't doing her share of the housework. If you say, "Look, you never do your share of the housework. What are we going to do about it?" the discussion will very soon turn into an argument. It's much more constructive to say something like, "I think we'd better have another look about how we divide up the housework. Maybe there's a better way of doing it." My second piece of advice is simple. If you're the person who's in the wrong, just admit it. This is the easiest and best way to avoid an argument. Just apologise to your flatmate, your parents, or your husband and move on. The other person will have much more respect for you if you do that. The next tip is don't exaggerate. Try not to say things like, "You always come home late when my mother comes to dinner," when perhaps this has only happened once before, or "You never remember to buy the toothpaste." This will just make the other person get very defensive because what you're saying about them just isn't true. If you follow these tips, you may often be able to avoid an argument. But if an argument does start, it's important to keep things under control, and there are ways to do this. The most important thing is not to raise your voice. Raising your voice will just make the other person lose their temper too. If you find yourself raising your voice, stop for a moment and take a deep breath. Say, "I'm sorry I shouted, but this is very important to me," and continue calmly. If you can talk calmly and quietly, you'll find the other person will be more ready to think about what you're saying. It's also very important to stick to the point. Try to keep to the topic you're talking about. Don't bring up old arguments or try to bring in other issues. Just concentrate on solving the one problem you're having and leave the other things for another time. So, for example, if you're arguing about the housework, don't start talking about mobile phone bills as well. And my final tip is that, if necessary, call time out, like in a sports match. If you think that an argument is getting out of control, then you can say to the other person, "Listen, I'd rather talk about this tomorrow when we've both calmed down." You can then continue talking about it the next day when perhaps both of you are feeling less tense and angry. That way, there's much more chance that you'll be able to reach an agreement. You'll also probably find that the problem is much easier to solve when you've both had a good night's sleep. But I want to say one last thing, which I think is very important. Some people think that arguing is always bad, but that isn't true. Conflict is a normal part of life, and dealing with conflict is an important part of any relationship, whether it's 3 people sharing a flat, a married couple, or just 2 good friends. If you don't learn to argue properly, then when a real problem comes along, you won't be prepared to face it together. Think of the smaller arguments as training sessions. Learn how to argue cleanly and fairly. It will help your relationship become stronger and last longer.
4.8. 1.
But of course, it's easier said than done.
2.
If you're the person who's in the wrong, just admit it.
3.
It's important to keep things under control.
4.
Raising your voice will just make the other person lose their temper too.
5.
Stop for a moment and take a deep breath.
6.
It's also very important to stick to the point.
7.
There's much more chance that you'll be able to reach an agreement.
8.
Dealing with conflict is an important part of any relationship.
4.9. Verbs often confused. 1.
I need to discuss the problem with my boss.
2.
I often argue with my parents about doing housework.
3.
I didn't realise you were so unhappy.
4.
I didn't notice that Karen had changed her hair colour.
5.
Jack always tries to avoid arguing with me.
6.
My dad can't prevent me from seeing my friends.
7.
I've spoken to her husband twice, and he seems very nice.
8.
Carol doesn't look very well. I think she's working too hard.
9.
My parents don't mind if I stay out late.
10.
It doesn't matter if we're 5 minutes late.
11.
Can you remind me to call my mum later?
12.
Remember to turn off the lights before you go.
13.
I expect that Daniel will forget our anniversary. He always does.
14.
We'll have to wait half an hour for the next train.
15.
I wish I was a bit taller.
16.
I hope that you can come on Friday. I haven't seen you for ages.
17.
Arsenal won the match 5-2.
18.
Arsenal beat Manchester United 5-2.
19.
Tom always refuses to discuss the problem.
20.
Tom always denies that he has a problem.
21.
The cost of living is going to rise again this month.
22.
It's hard not to raise your voice when you're arguing with someone.
23.
Last night I came home and lay on the sofa and went to sleep.
24.
I laid the baby on the bed and changed his nappy.
25.
The men had been planning to rob the bank.
26.
If you leave your bike unlocked, somebody might steal it.
27.
I think I should warn you that Liam doesn't always tell the truth.
28.
My teachers are going to advise me what subjects to study next year.
4.11.
I love this photo, especially the way she's using her hands and the expression in her eyes and her mouth. Here she is in the role of a young single mother who's just heard a noise in the kitchen in the middle of the night. You can see the fear in her eyes, that she's worried about her child. I think she suggests all that beautifully.
4.12. 1.
You look tired.
That cake smells good.
These jeans don't feel comfortable.
2.
Tim looks like his father.
This material feels like silk, is it?
Are you sure this is coffee? It tastes like tea.
3.
She looks as if she's been crying.
It smells as if something's burning.
It sounds as if it's raining.
4.13. 1. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 4.14. A.
Here's actress Cheryl Hines. If you think she looks furious, that's because she is. She's playing a wife who's opening the door to her husband at 1 o'clock in the morning. Her husband forgot that she was giving a dinner party, and he went off to play poker with his friends and turned his phone off. She looks as if she's going to tell him to leave and never come back.
B.
I love this one. This is Jason Schwartzman, and he's playing a 5-year-old boy. He's in the process of quietly putting his pet rat into his 7-year-old sister's clothes drawer. He looks pretty confident about what he's doing, and as if he's really looking forward to hearing her scream when she finds it.
C.
Here, Ellen Burstyn is playing a high school drama teacher. She is in the audience at the Oscar ceremony, and one of the winners is an ex-student of hers. Her ex-student actually mentions her name when she makes her winner's speech. You can see how proud she is and how moved she is to have been mentioned.
D.
In this photo, I see pure horror and fear. This is the actor Dan Hedaya. He's playing the part of a long-distance truck driver who was tired and closed his eyes for a few moments. He opens them to see that he's, you've guessed it, on the wrong side of the road with cars racing towards him. Do you think he looks as if he's going to react in time? I think probably not.
E.
Here, the actress Jane Lynch was given the role of a child. She's swallowing a spoonful of medicine that her mom promised would taste good. Of course it didn't, and now her mom is telling her that if it didn't taste awful, it wouldn't work. She looks as if she's about to spit it out. I can remember reacting just like that when I was a kid, and my mom saying those exact same words.
F.
When you look at this last one of Steve Guttenberg, I think you can immediately see from his expression that he's worried and maybe nervous. Look at the way he's holding his hands, almost as if he were praying. He's playing the role of a married man who's begging his wife to give him one more chance. But I think he looks as if he's done something bad and is pretty desperate. So I'm not sure if his wife's going to forgive him.
4.15.
How difficult is it to express feelings when you can't use body language?
Radio acting is a different style of acting from visual acting because obviously you only have your voice to use. But you can use your voice and you can use timing to convey everything. When I started off as a radio actor, somebody said to me, you have to be able to raise one eyebrow with your voice, which I loved. Because you haven't got your body, you have to put it into your voice. And so therefore, the way that a radio actor works isn't totally naturalistic in the way that it would be on the television or on film or...
What techniques do you use to help you to express emotions, feelings?
Well, there's a big difference between speaking with a smile and not speaking with a smile. There's a huge difference between being happy and being really sad and really angry.
Is it hard for actors who don't have experience in radio to do radio acting?
Well, people don't realise that it is a different technique, but you would get famous people coming in not realising that there was a technique to radio acting and thinking that you could do total naturalism. And it isn't totally naturalistic. It's as naturalistic as you can make it to lift it off the page, to make it sound as though you're not reading it.
4.16. 6.
Cheek.
8.
Chin.
3.
Eyebrow.
4.
Eyelash.
5.
Eyelid.
1.
Forehead.
7.
Lips.
9.
Neck.
2.
Wrinkles.
4.17. The body. Parts of the body and organs. 3.
Ankle.
1.
Calf.
2.
Heel.
6.
Elbow.
5.
Fist.
8.
Nails.
4.
Palm.
7.
Wrist.
12.
Bottom.
9.
Chest.
13.
Hip.
11.
Thigh.
10,
Waist.
14,
Brain.
17,
Heart.
16,
Kidneys.
15,
Liver.
18,
Lungs.
4.18 Verbs and verb phrases. A. 1,
Bite your nails.
2,
Blow your nose.
3,
Brush your hair. Brush your teeth.
4,
Comb your hair.
5,
Fold your arms.
6,
Hold somebody's hand.
7,
Touch your toes.
8,
Suck your thumb.
9,
Shake hands.
10,
Shrug your shoulders.
11,
Shake your head.
12,
Raise your eyebrows.
4.19 Verbs and verb phrases. C. 1,
He winked at me to show that he was only joking. I.
2,
The steak was tough and difficult to chew. Teeth.
3,
When we met, we were so happy we hugged each other. Arms.
4,
Don't scratch the mosquito bite. You'll only make it worse. Nails.
5,
She waved goodbye sadly to her boyfriend as the train left the station. Hand.
6,
Some women think a man should kneel down when he proposes marriage. Knee.
7,
The teacher frowned when she saw all the mistakes I had made. Forehead.
8,
The painting was so strange I stared at it for a long time. Eyes.
9,
She got out of bed and yawned and stretched. Mouth. Arms.
10,
If you don't know the word for something, just point at what you want. Finger.
4.20
Fold your arms. Blow your nose. Raise your hand. Scratch your head. Bite your nails. Wink. Stare at the person next to you. Point at the board. Stretch your arms. Shrug your shoulders. Touch your toes. Wave goodbye.
4.21.
Calf,
Wrist.
palm,
Wrinkles.
comb,
Kneel.
thumb,
4.22.
Aisle.
Calm.
Climb.
Design.
Doubt.
Fasten.
Half.
Honest.
Knock.
Muscle.
Whistle.
Hole.
4.23. 1.
Touching or stroking their neck is a very typical sign that a person is nervous and is trying to calm themselves down. A woman may also play with a necklace, and a man may tighten his tie.
2.
When somebody's standing and they point one of their toes upwards, this is a clear sign that the person is in a good mood, often because they are thinking about, or have just heard, something positive. If you see someone standing talking on the phone and they suddenly point one foot up, you can be sure that they have just been told some good news.
3.
Crossing their legs, whether they're sitting or standing, is a sign that a person feels relaxed and comfortable. If the person is sitting with their legs crossed and their feet towards another person, that shows that they are interested in this person. However, if someone they don't like appears, you may find that they quickly uncross their legs.
4.
This position, standing with your hands on your hips and your elbows pointing out, is a pose used to show dominance. If you watch police officers or soldiers, you'll notice that they often use this pose. Men tend to use it more than women, and it's something we teach women executives to do in meetings, where there are a lot of men present, to show that they are confident and won't be bullied.
5.
We all know that thumbs up is a positive sign, meaning we feel good or approve of something. But what about when somebody puts their thumbs downwards in their pockets? As you might guess, this usually means that their confidence is low, and they are feeling unsure of themselves. So try not to do this if you are in a situation where you need to look confident and in control.
6.
Putting their head to one side is a powerful sign that a person feels friendly and interested in someone or something. It's an automatic, genuine gesture, unlike a smile, which might be artificial, and so it's a good sign of real interest. It's also very difficult to do naturally around people you don't like.
7.
If you look at people in a stressful situation, for example, witnesses who are answering questions in courts, you'll often see that it looks as if their lips have disappeared inwards. In fact, this is one of the most universal signs of stress, as if a person wanted to disappear completely.
4.30.
So, welcome to the programme, Danny. Now, you're an ex-burglar yourself, so you can obviously give us the inside story here. Tell me, how long does a burglar usually take to burgle a house?
I'd say that an experienced burglar would never spend more than 20 minutes in a house. 20 minutes maximum and then out.
And how much would they probably take in that time?
Maybe 2,000 or 3,000 quid's worth of goods. It depends on the house.
And what are the favourite things for burglars to steal?
Well, these days, they're usually looking for things like laptops and tablets. They're easy to sell, you see, and not so easy for the owner to identify if the burglar later gets caught.
Mm-hmm. What one thing would be likely to stop a burglar from breaking into a house?
I'd say definitely a dog, especially a noisy one. Well, burglars don't like dogs because they're unpredictable.
What kind of things would actually make a burglar choose a particular house to break into?
Well, it's got to look like a house where there'll be things worth taking. So a burglar will normally go for a house that looks quite expensive, in a good area. And they'll also often choose a house where there are trees or bushes outside, which are good places to hide while they're watching the house before they break in. And also where they could hide when they come out of the house. That way, there's less chance of neighbours seeing them. And obviously, they'll normally wait for the house to be empty before they break in.
So a burglar wouldn't break in if they thought the owners were at home?
Not usually, no. Though there are some burglars who actually prefer it if the owners are at home in bed. That way they won't get surprised by them suddenly coming home when they're in the middle of things.
Oh, not a very nice thought. What's the most common time of day for a burglar to break into your house?
Well, people always think of burglars as working at night, and of course some do, but the majority of burglaries happen between around 10 in the morning and lunchtime. A burglar will watch a house and then wait for the adults to go to work and the kids to go to school, and then he can be sure the house is empty.
What's the easiest way for a burglar to break into a house?
Well, the easiest way is just taking out a window or a patio door, usually at the back of the house. You can do this really quickly and it doesn't make much noise if you've got good equipment, which a serious burglar would usually have.
And finally, what's the safest room to hide your valuables in? What's the last place a burglar would look?
There's a typical order burglars use when they search a house. They start with the main bedroom, because that's often where people leave their valuables, and then the living room. After that, probably the dining room, if there is one, the study, and then the kitchen. The last place would probably be a kid's bedroom. You wouldn't normally expect to find anything worth taking there.
So a child's bedroom is the best place to hide things?
Well, in theory, though, of course, if any burglars out there have been listening to this programme, they might start looking there first.
4.31 1,
Burglar.
2,
Robber.
3,
Shoplifter.
4,
Pickpocket.
5,
Mugger.
6,
Thief.
4.32 Crime and punishment. Crimes and criminals. 1, J.
Blackmail. Blackmailer. Blackmail.
2, M.
Bribery. Bribe.
3, E.
Burglary. Burglar. Break in. Burgle.
4, G.
Drug dealing. Drug dealer. Sell drugs.
5, L.
Fraud. Fraudster. Commit fraud.
6, F.
Hacking. Hacker. Hack.
7, C.
Hijacking. Hijacker. Hijack.
8, A.
Kidnapping. Kidnapper. Kidnap.
9, P.
Mugging. Mugger. Mug.
10, B.
Murder. Murderer. Murder.
11, D.
Rape. Rapist. Rape.
12. K.
Robbery. Robber. Rob.
13. H.
Smuggling. Smuggler. Smuggle.
14. Q.
Stalking. Stalker. Stalk.
15. N.
Terrorism. Terrorist. Set off bombs.
16. O.
Theft. Thief. Steal.
17. I.
Vandalism. Vandal. Vandalize.
4.33. What happens to a criminal? The crime. 1.
Carl and Adam committed a crime. They robbed a large supermarket.
2.
The police investigated the crime.
3.
Carl and Adam were caught driving to the airport in a stolen car.
4.
They were arrested and taken to a police station.
5.
The police questioned them for 10 hours.
6.
Finally, they were charged with armed robbery.
The trial. 7.
2 months later, Carl and Adam appeared in court.
8.
They were accused of armed robbery and car theft.
9.
Witnesses told the court what they had seen or knew.
10.
The jury of 12 people looked at and heard all the evidence.
11.
After 2 days, the jury reached their verdict.
12.
Carl was found guilty. His fingerprints were on the gun used in the robbery.
13.
The judge decided what Carl's punishment should be.
14.
He sentenced him to 10 years in prison.
15.
There was no proof that Adam had committed the crime.
16.
He was acquitted and allowed to go free.
4.34.
Ah. Drugs. Judge. Mugger. Punishment. Smuggling.
Burglar. Murderer.
Or. Court. Court. Fraud.
You. Accuse.
Jury.
4.35.
And last on our crime news stories from round the world, a burglar who's been fooling even the most intelligent students. The area between Broadway and 9th Street in New York is where students often head to when they're looking for a flat share. This was something well known to Daniel Stewart Cooper, who also knew that students in a shared house often go out and leave the door unlocked, maybe thinking that another flatmate is still inside. This situation suited Cooper perfectly, and he is thought to have committed between 50 and 100 burglaries in the area. It is believed that he was mainly interested in finding drugs, but that if he found electronics or other gadgets lying around, he took those too. And he didn't just steal things. Cooper is also said to have made himself at home in the houses, helping himself to food from the fridge and even having a shower. Although he normally tried to make sure that the residents were out, if he did meet people, it's thought that he would pretend to know someone there and so was able to leave without raising suspicions. However, on September the 5th, Cooper was finally caught after 2 students saw him in the area with a laptop and a backpack which he had just stolen from their house. Dylan John, one of the victims, told CBS News that Cooper had taken some food too. Cooper, who ran off as soon as he realised that the students suspected him, was found by the police hiding behind some nearby bushes.
.36
Murderers are usually sentenced to life imprisonment.
The trial is being held at the moment.
My car has been stolen.
Jim was arrested last month.
The cinema was being rebuilt when it was set on fire.
We saw that one of the windows had been broken.
The prisoner will be released next month.
The verdict is going to be given tomorrow.
People used to be imprisoned for stealing bread.
You can be fined for parking on a yellow line.
He paid a fine to avoid being sent to jail.
4.37 1.
They say that the fire was started deliberately. It is said that the fire was started deliberately.
People think that the mayor will resign. It is thought that the mayor will resign.
2.
People say the man is in his 40s. The man is said to be in his 40s.
The police believe he has left the country. He is believed to have left the country.
How not to get robbed in the street. 1. Don't look too well off. You dramatically increase your chances of being robbed if you look as if you might have a lot of money on you. You don't have to look like a tramp, but you should try to look as if you aren't carrying much of value. If you are a tourist, keep your expensive camera or phone hidden. 2. Keep an eye on the kids. This is especially true in countries where there are big income differences, and particularly in urban areas. Children are, sadly, often the most dangerous people on the street because they have nothing to lose. If you see a group of children coming towards you, ignore them completely and walk quickly to an area where there are plenty of other people. 3. Look confident. If you see that people are watching you in a suspicious way, look straight back at them and make eye contact. If they were thinking of robbing you, it will make them realize that you may not be an easy target. 4. Listen to the locals. If you are a tourist and somebody in the street tells you to put your phone away, do it. Sometimes the locals can be overprotective because they want you to see the best side of their town. But it's always a good idea to take their advice. If they say don't go somewhere, don't. 5. Be smart about cabs. The safest thing to do is to phone a reputable company every time you need one. Your hotel can normally help with this. If you do have to get a taxi in the street, make sure it looks like a regulated one. For example, one which has an official number or company phone number on it. And never, ever get into a cab that has another person in the front passenger seat. 6. Be careful when you're sightseeing. What's the first thing tourists do when they come out of Westminster Tube Station in London? They look up at Big Ben and then they pose to have their photo taken. When they're looking up,
or looking at the camera. That's the moment when a pickpocket steals their wallet. Thieves also love the posters you see that warn tourists, "Watch out, pickpockets about." When men read that, their natural reaction is to immediately put their hand on the pocket where their wallet is, to make sure it's still there. The pickpockets are watching, and so they see exactly where the man is carrying his wallet.
4.38.
And for our last story today, have you ever wondered what it would be like to be eaten by a tiger? Well, now we know, thanks to Sundari, a 7-year-old Siberian tiger living at Longleat Safari Park in Wiltshire. Last week, when it snowed, the animal keepers decided to build some snowmen to entertain the tigers. And they hid a tiny video camera inside one of the snowmen to film the tiger's reactions. At first, the tigers just sniffed at the snowman. But then, one of them, called Sundari, began attacking the snowman and started to eat it and the camera. However, she didn't like the taste of the camera, so after a while she spat it out. Amazingly, the camera had never stopped recording and was still working when the animal keepers recovered it. The film that the hidden camera had taken was incredible. For the first time, you could feel what it would be like to be attacked by a tiger and see its open mouth coming at you and see its enormous razor-sharp teeth and its rough tongue. In fact, a spokesman for the safari park said that the shots of Sundari's teeth were so clear that it gave them the opportunity to have a quick health check on her mouth, gums and teeth.
4.39. 1.
Jack offered to drive me to the airport.
I promised not to tell anybody.
2.
The doctor advised me to have a rest.
I persuaded my sister not to go out with George.
3.
I apologised for being so late.
The police accused Carl of stealing the car.
4.40.
Accuse.
Admit.
Advise.
Agree.
Convince.
Deny.
Insist.
Invite.
Offer.
Order.
Persuade.
Promise.
Refuse.
Regret.
Remind.
Suggest.
Threaten.
4.41. 1.
He offered to make some coffee.
2.
He refused to go.
3.
He agreed to help me.
4.
He promised to call me.
5.
He reminded me to lock the door.
6.
He advised me to buy a new car.
7.
He invited me to have dinner.
8.
He denied breaking the window.
9.
He admitted stealing the money.
10.
He regretted marrying Susan.
11.
He suggested going to a club.
12.
The police accused him of killing his boss.
4.42. 1.
I didn't break the window.
He denied breaking the window.
2.
I wish I hadn't married Susan.
He regretted marrying Susan.
3.
I'll call you. Believe me.
He promised to call me.
4.
Let's go to a club.
He suggested going to a club.
5.
You killed your boss.
The police accused him of killing his boss.
6.
No, I won't go.
He refused to go.
7.
OK, I'll help you.
He agreed to help me.
8.
Remember to lock the door.
He reminded me to lock the door.
9.
Shall I make some coffee?
He offered to make some coffee.
10.
Would you like to have dinner?
He invited me to have dinner.
11.
Yes, it was me. I stole the money.
He admitted stealing the money.
12.
You should buy a new car.
He advised me to buy a new car.
4.43. The media. Journalists and people in the media. 1.
Critic.
2.
Commentator.
3.
Reporter.
4.
Editor.
5.
Presenter.
6.
Freelance journalist.
7.
Newsreader.
8.
Paparazzi.
9.
Agony aunt.
4.44. Adjectives to describe the media. 1. D.
The reporting in the paper was very sensational.
2. E.
The news on Channel 12 is really biased.
3. B.
I think The Observer is the most objective of the Sunday papers.
4. A.
The film review was quite accurate.
5. C.
I think the report was censored.
4.45. The language of headlines. 1. A.
Famous actress in restaurant Bill Rao.
2. E.
United boss to quit after shock cup defeat.
3. G.
Prince to wed 18-year-old TV soap star.
4. L.
Prime Minister backs his Chancellor in latest scandal.
5. I.
Tarantino tipped to win Best Director.
6. B.
Thousands of jobs axed by UK firms.
7. K.
Stock market hit by oil fears.
8. C.
Police quiz witness in murder trial.
9. D.
Astronaut bids to be first man on Mars.
10. J.
Ministers clash over new car tax proposal.
11. H.
Bayern Munich boss vows to avenge defeat.
12. F.
Footballer and wife split over affair with cleaner.
4.46.
Brad Pitt said recently, "They call my kids by their names. They shove cameras in their faces. I really believe there should be a law against it." He was talking, of course, about paparazzi. But are the paparazzi really as bad as Brad Pitt says they are? Today in the studio with me is Jennifer Boole, who is an actual... is it paparazzi or paparazzo?
Paparazzo for a man, paparazza for a woman. Paparazzi is the plural.
So, Jennifer, are you good, bad, or in between?
Well, I think I'm a good girl. But some people would probably not like me.
A lot of people say there's a working relationship between celebrities and paparazzi. Would you say that was true? That celebrities actually tell you where they're going to be?
Yes, of course. That happens all the time. But I think that's what a lot of the public doesn't realize. You know, people shout at us and insult us when there is a big crowd of us around, let's say, Britney Spears or Lindsay Lohan. I just want to tell them that they called us. And after we've sold the photographs, we split the money between the stars and us.
I've often thought that must be true. I mean, nobody just goes to the gym with their hair done and makeup on, unless they're actually expecting to be photographed.
Exactly. But don't get me wrong, it's not like all the celebrities want to be photographed. If a celebrity wants to go out and avoid the paparazzi, it's pretty easy to do. Celebrities that don't like it rarely get photographed. They very rarely get photographed.
Give me some examples of celebrities who genuinely don't want to be photographed. Like, who really hates it.
Julia Roberts hates it. Kate Bosworth hates it.
Are photos of them worth more money if they hate it?
It depends. No, not necessarily. Because they don't get photographed often, then nobody sees them in magazines and they lose interest in them. Because they become boring.
What shot have you taken that you got the most money for?
Probably one of the shots that sold the best, that I didn't expect, didn't even know, was Paris Hilton carrying the Bible right before she went to jail. There were lots of paparazzi there, but I was the only one that got the Bible.
Do you think we need stricter laws to keep paparazzi away?
There are already enough laws. We don't need more laws or anti-paparazzi laws or anything else. There are places where celebrities can go to where they know they won't be followed, and places where they know they will be.
For example?
We don't go into restaurants, we don't go into stores, and of course we don't go into people's homes. That's private property. But a beach or a park isn't.
So you don't think that being followed and photographed by the paparazzi is really stressful for celebrities?
I think there are only a few people for whom it's really and truly stressful. I'd say that in most cases, the star not only doesn't mind, but has actually told the paparazzi, "This is where I'm going to be this afternoon."
Fascinating. Thank you very much for coming into the studio. Jennifer Boole, everybody!
"24 Hours in Journalism."
When reporter and author John Dale wanted to show his readers what the life of a journalist was really like, he wrote to journalists from all different types of media and asked them to describe a typical day in their working life. 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. A. Helen Russell wakes up excited, with a Frank Sinatra song running through her head like a mantra. New York, New York. The first thing she reaches for is her BlackBerry. She's got all her complex life locked up in that electronic matchbox. Well-manicured fingers tap keys, and she starts looking at her diary. She sees meetings, meetings. In her head, Helen is already choosing the wardrobe she needs to wear to look like her readers would like to look themselves. When you're this kind of journalist, you have to look glamorous. B. You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Justin Webb and James Naughtie. The headlines this morning. The Chancellor has warned that the row about paying bonuses threatens to put jobs at risk, but Labour have accused him of putting the economy into reverse. A new report says that old people who need care have been let down by social services, which pass them round like a parcel. C. Anything happening? 2 IEDs have exploded this morning. How many have you found? 14. It's a bad start to the day and a warning. Somerville climbs into a British armoured vehicle. It is a dangerous assignment, although he is well used to that. His life is one of bloody headlines. Wherever he is, that's the big story. The army convoy moves forward. Somerville knows it's not if another bomb will go off, it's when. D. A limousine sweeps along Wilshire Boulevard, Los Angeles, and turns in between the palm trees which mark the driveway of an undistinguished chain hotel. It pulls up, and a uniformed commissionaire steps forward and reaches for the handle of the rear door. He pulls it open, and a woman's legs appear. He recognises her face and says, "Good evening, madam." The woman smiles and walks through the door into the lobby. Outside in the hotel grounds, a man carrying several large cameras makes a call on his mobile. She's here. E. Samantha Booth gets out of bed, goes into the kitchen and makes the first coffee of the day. She sits at her computer and opens her emails. Gimme work, gimme work. She's been sending out lots of ideas, hoping that at least one of her stories would be accepted. She scrolls down the screen. Nothing. Zilch. Samantha is starting to feel sidelined. She turns on the TV and stares at the news, hardly taking it in. Why don't editors reply? F. While organising her 3 children for school, Katie Fraser switches on her computer. She runs dozens of Facebook groups dealing with everything from drugs to abandoned wives to panic attacks and premature babies. She checks her messages. The first one says, "I've had enough of feeling like this now. Doctors keep giving me pills, but they don't work." Fraser has to take the dog for a walk as well as get her kids ready for school. "Come on, everyone," she keeps saying. "Time to go."
4.24. Interview with an actor, Part 1.
How did you get into acting?
I was about 18. It was my first real job, and it was a very unusual job because I was working in the box office of the Old Vic Theatre. Then not only did I get to see an awful lot of plays, but I also met the actors, and I was able to sneak in to rehearsals in the theatre, quite illegally. And I became fascinated by the work of the theatre.
What in particular fascinated you?
But the thing that fascinated me, as I said, was when I was in rehearsals. It was the work of the theatre, the sort of work it was. So I stand at the back of the Old Vic Theatre when the actors were rehearsing. But mostly it consisted of people sitting rather glumly about saying, well, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to make this scene work. I don't understand my character. And the director would try to help them to understand the character or suggest a move here or a move there, or maybe they'd try walking in a different way or putting on a different hat. And bit by bit, it started to fall into place. And I thought, what a wonderful job. What a fantastically interesting job to wrestle with these kinds of problems, trying to understand the characters, trying to find out how best to express them and show them off. So I came to acting very much from that point of view.
The role that first made you famous as a young actor was playing Mozart in the original theatre production of Amadeus, which later went on to become a film. What was the most challenging thing about playing the part of Mozart?
What was a challenge was that Mozart was a person who'd actually lived and was indeed one of the greatest artistic geniuses of the whole of Western civilization. And I was a great lover and admirer of Mozart's music. So there was a tremendous challenge to bridge the character that Peter Schaffer had written. And Peter Schaffer knows all about Mozart as he could, so that Mozart was sort of a smutty, hysterical child, really, in a lot of the play. My job was to reconcile that with the fact that he wrote The Manager Figaro. And that was tremendously hard.
Was Mozart one of your most satisfying roles?
No, I wouldn't say that was the most satisfying. It was the most exciting, because its fame, almost from the moment it was announced, was overwhelmingly greater than anything I had ever done, or to be honest, ever have done since. The fact that the play was very, very controversial when it opened proved to be very shocking for many people, only increased the excitement around it. And it was astonishing to look out into the auditorium every night and to see Paul Newman or Robert Redford or Ava Gardner or Margaret Thatcher sitting out there, because everybody had to see that play.
4.25. Interview with an actor, Part 2.
Over your career, you have acted in the theatre, and you have also acted in many films. Which do you prefer?
They're absolutely different media. They require different things from you as an actor. I love them both, but they're each of them completely different. And you bring completely different things to them. Obviously, the crucial difference with the theatre is that there's an audience there, and that's such an important aspect of it in every way. It's there important because you have to reach out to them, make sure that everybody can hear and see what you're doing. The beauty of the theatre is that every single performance is utterly different from every other one.
How do you motivate yourself to play the same character again night after night?
I think as you get older, you realise that you never get it right. I mean, I've probably about half a dozen times in my 40 years of acting have thought, well, that was a really good performance. But it can always be better. And so one goes to the theatre every day hoping that it'll be in some way better. There's always the possibility you might get it right. I mean, you never do, you never can.
So what for you is the main difference with film acting?
In movies or television film, which is what almost all television is nowadays, a lot of those responsibilities lie with the director and the editor. And as having directed film myself, I know perfectly well that you can make a sad scene funny, you can make a slow scene fast in the editing suite. It's an astonishing power that a director and editor have. You can make a character seem stupid just by editing them in a certain way, or make them seem brilliant by editing them in a different way. So in that sense, the actor's rather powerless.
Anything else?
The other thing that's very hard about acting on film is that, hilariously, it's regarded as a sort of naturalistic medium, but in no sense is it that for the actor, because First of all, there are some little metal objects right in front of you, sort of staring at you as you're doing your love scene or whatever else it might be.
4.26. Interview with an actor, Part 3.
Do you enjoy watching other actors acting?
Well, I love watching other actors acting. I've been obsessed by acting since I was a child, and I'm a great connoisseur of it, and I think I'm quite a good judge of it. And so I adore watching other actors' work when it's good. When it's not, it's a great pain to me.
Who were the first great actors you saw?
As a young man and a boy, I was extraordinarily lucky to see that fabled generation of actors of Gielgud, Richardson, Olivier, Edith Evans, Peggy Ashcroft, people now almost all completely forgotten. Even if they made movies, it's unlikely that people of a younger generation know who they are. But when they were alive and kicking and doing their extraordinary work on stage, it was something quite remarkable. I mean, it was the sort of thing that nobody attempts anymore.
Do any modern actors come close to that golden generation?
In movies, not always, but sometimes Daniel Day-Lewis does, I think, probably approach a role in the way that a Lawton might have approached it.
Is there anything you don't like about acting?
I don't much like wearing makeup. I sweat a lot, it comes off, it's uncomfortable, it's sticky, you can't... And I do everything I can to avoid wearing makeup.
Do you still get stage fright?
I don't get stage fright, but I do get self-conscious, and I hate that, and I wish I didn't. Particularly at events like First Nights, because I don't know how it's impossible to ignore the fact that there are at least 100 people sitting out there judging you. You know, I think almost all actors feel a tremendous longing for the first night to be over, but it has to happen. It's like a sort of operation. You know it's got to happen, it's going to hurt, but you will feel better afterwards.
4.27. Interview with an actor, looking at language.
I thought, what a wonderful job. What a fantastic, interesting job. My job was to reconcile that with the fact that he wrote The Manager of Figaro. And that was tremendously hard. Its fame, almost from the moment it was announced, was overwhelmingly greater than anything I had ever done. They're absolutely different media. They require different things from you as an actor. You bring completely different things to them. The beauty of the theatre is that every single performance is utterly different from every other one. As a young man and a boy, I was extraordinarily lucky to see that fabled generation of actors of Gielgud, Richardson, Olivier.
4.28. In the street. 1. Nathan.
What actors do you particularly enjoy watching?
Kevin Spacey, Robert De Niro, Matt Smith, Olivia Colman, Jodie Foster.
Why do you like them?
I think there's two things with actors. One is the ability to take on another character and perform it outside of themselves, but also I think you tend to find that actors who are that famous have some sort of star quality, for want of a better expression, a pull towards them, like great sports stars.
Which performances particularly?
Well, Robert De Niro in Taxi Driver is something to be beheld. I've seen Kevin Spacey a few times on stage, and he's been incredibly impressive. So, yeah.
2. Sean.
What actors do you particularly enjoy watching?
I don't really have a favourite actor, I don't think, but I always enjoy watching Robert De Niro.
Why do you like him?
I think he just has an intensity and a presence that makes you want to watch him, makes you want to think about why he's doing what he's doing. I think even if it's something quite silly, it's still always interesting to watch.
What performance of his do you particularly enjoy?
I think my favourite film and my favourite performance of all time is The Deer Hunter.
3. Joe.
What actors do you particularly enjoy watching?
I really like Judi Dench and I also like Russell Crowe.
Why do you like them? What is it about them that you like?
I think they show a lot of emotion when they're acting.
What roles in particular do you enjoy watching them in?
I like Judi Dench in her role in the Bond films, and I really enjoyed Russell Crowe in Gladiator.
4. Mari.
What actors do you particularly enjoy watching?
Audrey Hepburn and Natalie Portman.
Why do you like them?
I like Audrey Hepburn because I think she was very genuine and I feel like she put her heart into everything. I especially like watching films where she dances because she looks very happy. I like Natalie Portman because I feel like she is a very good actor. I don't think, oh, that's Natalie Portman in a film. I think, oh, that's a character. And I like that she does a lot of different characters. And doesn't just stick to the same kind of film all the time.
Which of their performances did you particularly enjoy?
For Audrey Hepburn, I like her performance in Funny Face, and for Natalie Portman, I like Black Swan.
4.29. Colloquial English phrases. 1.
Actors who are that famous have some sort of star quality.
2.
I think he just has an intensity and a presence that makes you want to watch him.
3.
My favourite film and my favourite performance of all time is The Deer Hunter.
4.
I feel like she put her heart into everything.
5.2.
The first point to bear in mind is that nothing, but nothing, is ever free. How often have you seen adverts saying things like, get a free MP3 player when you subscribe to our magazine for 6 months? There's something about the word free that immediately attracts us. I want it. It makes us feel clever, as if we're going to get something for nothing. But of course, that MP3 player, which incidentally will probably break the second time you use it, wasn't free at all. In spite of what the advert said, its price was really included in the magazine subscription. So don't trust any advert which offers something for free. A second trick, which advertisers use, is when they tell us, there are only a few left. Buy now while stocks last. What happens to us when we read or hear these words? Even though we don't really need the products and maybe don't even like them, we immediately want to be among the lucky few who have them. But let's be clear about this. Companies just don't run out of products. Do you really think the manufacturers couldn't produce a few more if they thought they could sell them? Of course they could. When it comes to new products, we, the consumers, are like sheep, and we follow each other. So, another way advertisers have of getting us to use something is to tell us everybody's using it. And of course, we think everybody can't be wrong, so the product must be fantastic. So as to make us believe it, they use expressions like, it's a must-have, or it's the in thing.
And they combine this with a photograph of a large group of people so that we can't fail to get the message. But don't be fooled. Even if everybody is using it, and they may not be, everybody can be wrong. Another favorite message is, "You too can look like this," accompanied by a photo of a fabulous-looking man or woman. But the problem is, you can't look like this because actually the woman or man in the photo is a model, and also because he or she doesn't really look like that either. The photo has been airbrushed in order to make the model look even slimmer, with perfect skin and even more attractive than they are in real life. Finally, what most annoys me is, "Trust me, I'm a doctor," or "Trust me, I'm a celebrity." The idea is that if a celebrity is using the product, it must be fantastic, or if a doctor recommends it, it must really work. But be careful. Although the actress is holding the product in the photo, do you really think she colors her hair with it at home? And the doctor in the advert, is he really a doctor or just an actor wearing a white coat? Adverts also often mention a particular organization which recommends their product. For example, things like, "Our dog biscuits are recommended by the International Association of Dog Nutritionists." Well, that's probably an organization which the company set up themselves. Or, "A recent independent study found that our toothpaste cleans your teeth better than any other brand." What study was it? Who commissioned the study? It was probably produced for the company itself and paid for by them too.
5.3 1.
In spite of what the advert said, its price was really included in the magazine subscription.
2.
Even though we don't really need the products and maybe don't even like them, we immediately want to be among the lucky few who have them.
3.
So as to make us believe it, they use expressions like, "It's a must-have."
4.
And they combine this with a photograph of a large group of people so that we can't fail to get the message.
5.
The photo has been airbrushed in order to make the model look even slimmer, with perfect skin and even more attractive than they are in real life.
6.
Although the actress is holding the product in the photo, do you really think she colors her hair with it at home?
7.
It was probably produced for the company itself and paid for by them too.
5.4 1.
Although the advert said it would last for years, mine broke after 2 months.
I went to work even though I wasn't feeling very well.
I like Anne, though she sometimes annoys me.
2.
In spite of her age, she is still very active.
In spite of being 85, she is still very active.
In spite of the fact that she's 85, she is still very active.
5.5 1.
I went to the bank to talk to my bank manager. I went to the bank in order to talk to my bank manager. I went to the bank so as to talk to my bank manager.
2.
I went to the bank for a meeting with my bank manager.
3.
I went to the bank so that I could talk to the manager in person.
4.
I wrote down what he said so as not to forget it.
5.6
When Paul Feldman started his business, he really thought that at least 95% of the people would pay for their bagels. This was presumably because that was the payment rate that he got in his own office. But in fact, this rate wasn't representative at all. I mean, in his office, most people paid probably just because Feldman worked there himself, and they knew him personally and probably liked him. So when Feldman sold his bagels in other offices, he had to accept less. After a while, he considered that a company was honest if over 90% of the people paid. Between 80 and 90% was what he considered to be normal, the average rate. He didn't like it, but he had to accept it. It was only if a company habitually paid less than 80%, which luckily not many did, that he would feel he had to do something. First, he would leave a note, sort of giving them a warning, and then, if things didn't improve, he would simply stop selling there. Interestingly, since he started the business, the boxes he leaves to collect the cash have hardly ever been stolen. Obviously, in the mind of an office worker, to steal a bagel isn't a crime, but to steal the money box is. So what does the bagel data tell us about the kind of offices that were not honest, the ones that didn't pay? Well, first of all, it shows that smaller offices are more honest than big ones. An office with 20 to 30 employees generally pays 3 to 5% more than an office with 200 to 300 employees. This seems to be because in a smaller community, people are more worried about being dishonest, probably because they would feel worse if they were caught. The bagel data also suggests that your mood, how you feel, affects how honest you are. For example, the weather is a really important factor. When the weather is unusually good, more people pay. But if it's unusually cold or rainy, fewer people pay. And people are also affected by public holidays, but in different ways. It depends which public holiday. Before Christmas and Thanksgiving, people are less honest. But just before the 4th of July and Labor Day, they are more honest. This seems to be because holidays like the 4th of July are just a day off work, and people always look forward to them. But Christmas and Thanksgiving are holidays where people often feel quite stressed or miserable, so their bad mood makes them less honest. The other thing Feldman believes affects how honest people are is the morale in an office. When employees like their boss and like their job, then the office is more honest. He also thinks that the higher people are promoted, the less honest they are. He reached this conclusion because over several years he'd been delivering 3 baskets of bagels to a company that was on 3 floors. The top floor was the executive floor, and the lower 2 floors were people who worked in sales and service and administrative employees. Well, it turned out that the least honest floor was the executive floor. It makes you wonder whether maybe these guys got to be executives because they were good at cheating. But in general, the story of Feldman's bagel business is a really positive one. It's true that some people do steal from him, but the vast majority, even though no one is watching them, are honest.
5.7 Business. Verbs and expressions. A. 1.
Although GAP stands for Genuine American Product, most of its clothes are manufactured in Asia.
2.
In 1989, Pepsi-Cola launched a new product called Pepsi AM, which was aimed at the breakfast cola drinker. It was an immediate flop.
3.
The Spanish airline Iberia merged with British Airways in 2011.
4.
Apple is considered one of the best companies in the world for the way they market their products.
5.
Prosciutto is a kind of Italian ham. 2 of the best-known kinds are San Daniele and Parma, which are produced in the Friuli and Emilia regions of Italy and are exported all over the world.
6.
The Royal Bank of Scotland took over NatWest Bank in 2000, even though it was in fact a smaller rival.
7.
The supermarket chain Tesco became the market leader in 1995 and is still the UK's biggest selling chain.
8.
Zara shops were opened in Spain in 1975, but the company soon expanded internationally.
9.
Nowadays, it is quite a risk to set up a new business. In the UK, 20% of businesses fail in their first year.
10.
The cost of living in Iceland is so high because so many food products have to be imported.
11.
During a boom period, the economy grows quickly and living standards improve.
12.
During a recession, many companies close down and living standards drop.
5.8. Verbs and expressions. C.
Do business. Do a job. Do market research. Do well. Do badly.
Make a deal. Make a decision. Make a loss. Make money. Make somebody redundant.
5.9. Organizations and people. Organizations. 1,
A chain.
2,
A business.
3,
A multinational.
4,
Head office.
5,
A branch.
people. 1,
The staff.
2,
A customer.
3,
A client.
4,
A colleague.
5,
The CEO.
6,
The owner.
7,
A manager.
5.10. 1,
We're making good progress with the report.
2,
The new building is progressing well.
3,
We export to customers all over the world.
4,
One of our main exports is wine.
5,
Can you refund me the cost of my ticket?
Sorry, we don't give refunds.
6,
Sales have increased by 10% this month, so there has been an increase in profits.
7,
The demand for organic produce has grown enormously.
8,
Most toys nowadays are produced in China.
9,
They're planning to transport the goods by sea.
10,
There has been a rise in the number of people using public transport.
5.12. Word building. Prefixes and suffixes which add meaning. A. 1. G.
Mumbai is a very overcrowded city.
2. C.
Tokyo is one of 20 megacities.
3. D.
This part of the city is very poor and underdeveloped.
4. B.
London is a very multicultural city with many different races and religions.
5. J.
The quickest way to get around New York is on the subway.
6. H.
Montreal is probably the most bilingual city in the world. Most inhabitants speak English and French.
7. E.
If you want to avoid the traffic jams in Bangkok, get the monorail.
8. F.
The autopilot was switched on after the plane had taken off.
9. A.
Vandalism, especially breaking public property, is very antisocial behaviour.
10. K.
I misunderstood the directions that man gave me, and now I'm completely lost.
11. I.
He's doing a postgraduate degree in aeronautical engineering.
5.13. Prefixes and suffixes which add meaning. C. 1. D.
There are a lot of homeless people in this city.
The situation is hopeless.
2. A.
Be careful how you drive.
The instructions were very useful.
3. C.
The police usually wear bulletproof vests.
My watch is waterproof.
4. B.
Their new laptops are completely unbreakable.
I don't think the tap water here is drinkable.
5.14. Nouns formed with suffixes.
Accommodation. Intention. Pollution. Reduction.
Entertainment. Excitement. Government. Improvement.
Coldness. Friendliness. Ugliness. Weakness.
Absence. Convenience. Distance. Ignorance.
Alcoholism. Racism.
Brotherhood. Childhood.
5.15. Nouns which are different words. 1.
Lose. Loss.
2.
Die. Death.
3.
Succeed. Success.
4.
Think. Thought.
5.
Believe. Belief.
6.
Hot. Heat.
7.
Strong. Strength.
8.
Hungry. Hunger.
9.
High. Height.
10.
Long. Length.
5.16.
Accommodation.
Antisocial.
Bilingual.
Entertainment.
Government.
Homeless.
Loneliness.
Multicultural.
Neighbourhood.
Overcrowded.
Poverty.
Underdeveloped.
Unemployment.
Vandalism.
5.17.
So, Miles, you're going to tell us about your top 5 cities.
Yes, it was a difficult question for me because, of course, as a travel writer, I've been to so many places. But in the end, I decided that if I was making a personal choice, they had to be cities that meant something to me personally, that had a personal connection. So these aren't necessarily big tourist cities, though some of them are, but the cities that are my own personal top 5. Incidentally, these 5 aren't in any particular order.
So, what's the first one in your top 5?
Well, the first one is Sydney.
Ah.
The personal connection is that my son and his family live there, so of course my wife and I have been there quite often and got to know it well. Of course, there are lots of amazing things about Sydney. For one thing, it's a waterfront city. It has the sea all around it. There's wonderful surfing on Bondi Beach and plenty of great little bays for sunbathing and swimming. It's also a very cosmopolitan city. Sydney-siders, which is what people from Sydney are called, come from all corners of the world. So, for example, the choice of places to eat is endless. You can find everything from simple soup kitchens to elegant, world-class restaurants. So you can choose to eat Thai, Vietnamese, Greek, Italian, and many, many other kinds of cuisine.
And your second city?
My wife and I spent our honeymoon in Edinburgh, so it's always been a special place for me, but I think it's especially exciting during the festival, which happens every August. Of course, there's a fantastic programme of music and dance and the arts, but what gives the city a special buzz during the festival is the Fringe. The Fringe is a massive alternative festival, and it has literally hundreds of events: comedy, theatre, amateur student groups, street entertainers, and of course the pubs stay open until much later than usual during the festival, and that adds to the atmosphere too. However, it's really hard to get accommodation during the festival, so you need to book well in advance.
I must say, I've never been to the festival, though I've often thought about going. Next year I must really try to get there. What about your third city?
My third city is Cairo. We lived there for 5 years in the 70s, and both our sons were born there, beside the River Nile. People always associate Cairo with the pyramids, and of course, they are amazing, but for me, the best thing about it is the museums, which are absolutely fantastic. The Egyptian Museum has the world's largest and best collection from pharaonic times. Then the Coptic Museum, which is in the suburb of Al-Fastat, has the best of Egypt's Christian culture. And the Museum of Islamic Art has a whole lot of exquisite pieces from Muslim times. So, if you're someone who likes museums and antiquities, my advice is go to Cairo.
I must say that I have been to Cairo and I completely agree with you. And your next one?
For my next one, we're back in Europe, in Italy. I've chosen Lucca in Tuscany. Tuscany's two major tourist towns, Florence and Pisa, are absolutely jam-packed with tourists all year round, but most of them never get to Lucca. You can only really explore it on foot, which is the way I like to move around a town, and in about an hour you can do the 4-kilometre circuit all around its Renaissance town walls. These walls are amazing. They're completely intact, and you can peer into people's living rooms as you walk past. Or you can walk from one end of the town to the other along the Via Filungo. Also, Lucca is the birthplace of Puccini, who's one of my all-time favourite composers. He played the organ of the town's magnificent cathedral when he was a young man, and there's a wonderful open-air festival every year where they perform his operas at a place called Torre del Lago, which is just nearby.
And your last city?
My last city is one that not many people have been to. It's not on the usual tourist route. I'd just finished university and I was curious about the wider world, so I went to Laos in Southeast Asia. Laos and its capital, Vientiane, were my first experience of living and working outside Western Europe. The Laotians are a lovely, gentle, laid-back people. They taught me to relax. And they showed me how it's quite possible to be happy with very little money. The scenery is spectacular too. The impressive Mekong River flows far away over the sands in the dry season and speeds by the city like a wide, rushing torrent once the rainy season begins. I remember looking down on it from one of the restaurants along its banks and feeling that it was sweeping away all my troubles.
5.18 1.
There's wonderful surfing on Bondi Beach and plenty of great little bays for sunbathing and swimming.
2.
The choice of places to eat is endless.
3.
But what gives the city a special buzz during the festival is the Fringe.
4.
And the Museum of Islamic Art has a whole lot of exquisite pieces from Muslim times.
5.
Tuscany's two major tourist towns, Florence and Pisa, are absolutely jam-packed with tourists all year round.
6.
These walls are amazing. They're completely intact, and you can peer into people's living rooms as you walk past.
7.
The Laotians are a lovely, gentle, laid-back people.
8.
I remember looking down on it from one of the restaurants along its banks and feeling that it was sweeping away all my troubles.
5.19. 1.
The weather is fantastic there, and there's very little traffic, so you can walk everywhere.
The scenery is beautiful here, but it's spoiled by all the rubbish people leave.
2.
Could you give me some advice about where to stay?
One useful piece of advice is to get a travel card.
3.
The new opera house is made mainly of glass.
Can I have a glass of tap water, please?
5.20. 1.
One of the best museums is on the outskirts of the city.
My clothes are filthy. I'll put on some clean trousers. I'll put on a pair of clean trousers.
2.
The hotel staff are very efficient.
The cabin crew are coming round with the drinks trolley in just a few minutes.
5.27.
Let's start with the first one about the coin. Many people think that a coin dropped from the top of the Empire State Building, for example, would be travelling so fast that if it hit a person on the ground, it would kill them. However, this just isn't true. Coins are not aerodynamic, and they are also relatively small and light, so although a person on the ground would certainly feel the impact, the coin wouldn't kill him. It wouldn't even hurt him very much. Number 2 is one of the most popular scientific myths, that we only use 10% of our brains. Perhaps this is because people would like to think that they could be much more intelligent if they were able to find a way to use the other 90%. In fact, neurologists haven't been able to find any area of our brains which isn't being used for something. Number 3. The Dark Side of the Moon? Well, that only exists as the title of a Pink Floyd album. People used to think that there was a side of the moon that was always dark, that never got the sun. But of course that isn't true. The sun illuminates every part of the moon at some point during the 24-hour cycle. It is true that there's a side of the moon that we never see, that's to say, we always see the same side of the moon, but the other side isn't always dark. Now, number 4, the one about rubber tyres. A lot of people think that rubber tyres on a car will protect you from lightning in the same way that wearing rubber shoes will protect you from an electric shock. Well, it's certainly true that if you're caught in a thunderstorm, it's much safer to be inside a car than outside. But the tyres have nothing to do with it. When lightning strikes a car, it's actually the car's metal body that protects the passengers. It acts as a conductor and passes the electrical current down to the ground. Number 5. Poor old Einstein. Over the years, he's often been used as an example to show that you can do very badly at school and still be very successful in life. And people have actually said that he wasn't very good at maths or science. But in fact, records show that the young Albert, as you would expect, got very high marks in maths and science. Number 6. Antibiotics don't kill viruses. No, they don't, and it's a waste of time taking them if you have a virus. Antibiotics help your body to kill bacteria, not viruses. What's more, you can't exactly kill a virus at all, since a virus is not really alive to begin with. Stick to your doctor's advice and only take antibiotics when he or she specifically prescribes them. Problem is that it's often very difficult for a doctor to know if you're suffering from a virus or from a bacterial infection. Number 7. I love the idea that a full moon can make people go mad, but I think this is only true for werewolves. For centuries, nearly all cultures have attributed special mystical powers to the full moon, and in fact the English word lunatic, which can be used to describe a mad person, comes from the word lunar, which means to do with the moon. But in spite of a lot of scientific research, nobody has found any link at all between the full moon and insanity or crime. And finally, number 8, are bats really blind? Most British people probably think that they are, because we have the expression in English as blind as a bat. But it's just not true. In fact, bats can see just as well as humans, even if they don't depend on their sight in the same way. Like dogs, bats rely heavily on other senses like hearing and smell. They have a very advanced sound-based system called echolocation, which allows them to know where they are when they're flying at night. But they can certainly see.
5.28.
Scientist. Scientific. Science.
Chemist. Chemical. Chemistry.
Biologist. Biological. Biology.
Physicist. Physical. Physics.
Geneticist. Genetic. Genetics.
5.29. 1.
Scientists carry out experiments in a laboratory.
2.
Archimedes made an important discovery in his bath.
3.
Isaac Newton's experiments proved his theory that gravity existed.
4.
Before a pharmaceutical company can sell new drugs, they have to do tests to make sure they are safe.
5.
Scientists have to do a lot of research into the possible side effects of new drugs.
6.
People can volunteer to be guinea pigs in clinical trials.
5.30.
Anesthetic.
Nitrogen.
Blood transfusion.
Donors.
Malaria.
Tuberculosis.
Lead.
Additive.
Polio.
Nuclear.
Lethal dose.
5.31. 1.
All animals need food.
All fruit contains sugar.
All the animals in this zoo look sad.
The animals all look sad.
2.
Everybody is here.
Everything is very expensive.
3.
Most people live in cities.
Most of the people in this class are women.
4.
All of us work hard, and most of us come to class every week.
5.
Every room has a bathroom.
I work every Saturday.
5.32. 1.
Is there any milk?
Sorry, there's no milk. There isn't any.
2.
Is there any food?
No, none. There's none. But none of us are hungry.
3.
Come any weekend.
Anyone can come.
5.33. 1.
Both Pierre and Marie Curie were scientists. Neither Pierre nor Marie was aware of the dangers of radiation.
Marie Curie wanted to study either physics or mathematics. In the end, she studied both at the Sorbonne in Paris.
2.
She and her husband both won Nobel Prizes.
Pierre and Marie were both interested in radium.
3.
Neither of them realised how dangerous radium was.
5.34. 1.
In direct current, the electrons move in only one direction.
2.
Helium gas can be found in both liquid and solid form.
3.
Adult giraffes remain standing all day.
4.
Of all the water on our planet, hardly any of it is found underground.
5.
Snakes eat either other animals or eggs.
6.
A diamond can be destroyed only by intense heat.
7.
The human brain can continue to live without oxygen for nearly 6 minutes.
8.
In our solar system, Pluto is no longer considered to be a planet.
9.
When we breathe out, some of that air is oxygen.
10.
An individual blood cell makes a whole circuit of the body in nearly 60 seconds.
5.35.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
5.36.
When Neil Armstrong became the first man to walk on the moon on July the 20th, 1969, a global audience of 500 million people were watching and listening. As he climbed down the steps from the spacecraft and stepped onto the moon, they heard him say, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." It seemed like the perfect quote for such a momentous occasion, but from the moment he said it, people have argued about whether Armstrong got his lines wrong and made a mistake. James, tell us about it.
Well, Armstrong always said that he wrote those words himself, which became some of the most famous and memorable words in history, during the time between landing on the moon and actually stepping out of the capsule onto the moon. That was nearly 7 hours.
And so what is the controversy about what Armstrong said when he stepped down the ladder onto the moon?
The question is, did he say one small step for man or one small step for a man? That's to say, did he use the indefinite article or not? It's just a little word, but there's a big difference in meaning. Armstrong always insisted that he wrote one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. Of course, this would have been a meaningful sentence. If you say a man, then it clearly means that this was one small step for an individual man, i.e. himself, but one giant leap for mankind. That's to say, men and women in general. But what everybody actually heard was one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, with no indefinite article, and that sentence means one small step for people in general, one giant leap for people in general. And that doesn't really make sense.
So did he just get the line wrong when he said it?
Well, Armstrong himself was never sure if he actually said what he wrote. In his biography, First Man, he told the author, James Hansen, "I must admit that it doesn't sound like the word is there. On the other hand, certainly the was intended because that's the only way it makes sense." He always regretted that there had been so much confusion about it. But, almost 4 decades later, Armstrong was proved to be right. Peter Shan Ford, an Australian computer expert, used very high-tech sound techniques to analyse his sentence, and he discovered that the was said by Armstrong. It's just that he said it so quickly that you couldn't hear it on the recording which was broadcast to the world on the 20th of July 1969.
Was Armstrong relieved to hear this?
Yes, he was. I think it meant a lot to him to know that he didn't make a mistake.
5.37. 1.
My neighbour has just bought a dog. The dog is an Alsatian.
He got into the car and drove to the town hall.
2.
Men are better at parking than women.
I don't like sport or classical music.
I stayed at home last weekend.
5.38.
My father's in hospital.
They're building a new hospital in my town. He was sent to prison for 2 years.
My grandmother used to work in the prison as a cleaner.
5.39. 1.
Tunisia is in North Africa.
2.
Selfridges, one of London's biggest department stores, is in Oxford Street.
3.
Lake Victoria and Mount Kilimanjaro are both in Africa.
4.
The River Danube flows into the Black Sea.
5.
The National Gallery and the British Museum are London tourist attractions.
5.40. 1. Emmeline Pankhurst.
I have been in audiences where I have seen men smile when they heard the words hunger strike. And yet I think there are very few men today who would be prepared to adopt a hunger strike for any cause. It is only people who feel an intolerable sense of oppression who would adopt a means of that kind. Well, our women decided to terminate those unjust sentences at the earliest possible moment by the terrible means of the hunger strike. It means you refuse food until you are at death's door, and then the authorities have to choose between letting you die and letting you go. Human life for us is sacred, but we say, if any life is to be sacrificed, it shall be ours. We won't do it ourselves, but we will put the enemy in the position where they will have to choose between giving us freedom or giving us death.
Two. Winston Churchill.
We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender.
3. Nelson Mandela.
In conclusion, I wish to quote my own words during my trial in 1964. They are as true today as they were then. I quote, I have fought against white domination. And I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all nations live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
4. Barack Obama.
We know the battle ahead will be long, but always remember that no matter what obstacles stand in our way, nothing can stand in the way of the power of millions of voices calling for change. We have been told we cannot do this by a chorus of cynics, and they will only grow louder and more dissonant in the weeks and months to come. We've been asked to pause for a reality check. We've been warned against offering the people of this nation false hope. But in the unlikely story that is America, there has never been anything false about hope. For when we have faced down impossible odds, when we've been told we're not ready, or that we shouldn't try, or that we can't, generations of Americans have responded with a simple creed that sums up the spirit of a people. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
5.41. 1.
I was doing a tour of Asia where I was giving a presentation about database programs. I assumed the audiences would understand English. The organisers knew that I couldn't speak Chinese, and I knew they would be familiar with the technical language of the products I was going to talk about, which were DBase and Clipper. Well, for most of the tour, the talks seemed to go extremely well. There were big audiences and the venues were great. Questions I was asked by the audience at the end of the talks showed that everyone had really understood what I was saying. When we arrived in the penultimate city, whose name I'm not going to mention, I started my session as I usually did with a few questions to get to know something about the audience. So, first I asked them, how many of you use DBase? I raised my own hand, of course, because I use it myself, and pretty much the whole audience raised their hands. So then I asked, how many of you here use Clipper? And once again, nearly 100% of the audience raised their hands. This was extremely unusual. In fact, almost impossible. With a sinking feeling, I then asked them, how many of you want to be an astronaut? And I watched as everyone's hands went up. I might as well have been speaking to a group of aliens. As it turned out, most of the audience spoke Chinese and only Chinese. But I could see that 2 or 3 people in the audience spoke English, because they were practically rolling on the floor laughing.
2.
I was giving a talk in Hungary to a group of about 200 English teachers. I got to the place where I was giving the talk a bit late, only about 10 minutes before I was supposed to start. I rushed to the room and saw that everything was set up and most of the audience were already waiting, and I told the organisers that I just needed to quickly go to the toilet and then I would start. They pointed me in the right direction, but when I got to the toilets, I saw that there were 2 doors with words on them in Hungarian, but no signs. I looked at the words and decided that one of them must be the men's toilet, and I went into a cubicle. Suddenly I heard voices of other people coming in, but to my horror they were women's voices, and I realised that I had guessed wrongly and had gone into the women's toilets. I guessed that these women must be teachers coming to my talk, so there was no way I could open the door and come out. I waited and waited, getting more and more stressed by the minute and worrying about being late to start my talk. After about 5 minutes or so, everything went quiet, and I was able to rush out and go back to the room where the audience was waiting for me to start, as it was already 5 minutes past the start time. Thank goodness nobody saw me.
3. My first ever presentation was at a conference for English teachers in Spain in about 1988. I wanted to show the audience some good ideas for using video in the classroom. I explained one of the ideas, and then I went to turn on the video player and nothing happened. And then again, nothing, and again. By this time, I was so stressed and annoyed that in the end I said, OK, if it doesn't work this time, I'm leaving. And I really meant it. Amazingly, almost as if it had heard me, it worked. I never forgot that talk, and it taught me to never rely 100% on technology in a presentation.
4.
Some years ago, I had to do a presentation to a group of construction workers about health and safety at work. When I was getting dressed that morning, I put on a silk skirt, and as I was doing it up, the button at the waist broke. I didn't bother to change because the skirt had a zip, and anyway, I was in a hurry. During the presentation, as I walked backwards and forwards across the stage, I started to feel something silky hit the back of my ankles. My skirt was falling down. The audience was absolutely entranced, and not by what I was saying. I quickly pulled it up and said, "Now that I have your attention." The audience roared with laughter, and one of them shouted out, "I thought that was part of your presentation." I felt terribly embarrassed, and I could hear my mother's voice in my ear saying, "You should always wear nice underwear in case you're ever in an accident." I managed to finish my presentation, and I rushed outside and started to shake. That audience may never remember a thing I said, but I'm sure they won't forget me.
5.42 B.
Salt and pepper.
Ice and lemon.
Bread and butter.
Thunder and lightning.
Knife and fork.
Bed and breakfast.
Peace and quiet.
Backwards and forwards.
C.
Right or wrong.
Now or never.
More or less.
Sooner or later.
All or nothing.
Once or twice.
Dead or alive.
5.43
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for coming. I'm going to talk to you today about one of my hobbies, collecting adult comics. Since I was a child, I've been mad about comics and comic books. I started reading Tintin and Asterix when I was 7 or 8. Later, when I was a teenager, some friends at school introduced me to manga, which are Japanese comics. I've been collecting them now for about 5 years, and I'm also learning to draw them.
5.21 Interview with an advertising executive, Part 1.
What first drew you to advertising as a career choice? What drew me to advertising was actually, in a weird way, I had no choice. Third generation advertising guy. My father's brother, my uncle, who was 15 years older than he, was in advertising, believe it or not, in the 1940s in Philadelphia. My father kind of took the baton from him, was in advertising, and I grew up with it. And so I've been making a living in the business since 1984. It's a long time. It's 30 years.
Do you still remember any commercials from your childhood?
So I remember a lot of commercials. Growing up in an advertising household, as we did, TV was more of a social event in those days. It wasn't a TV in every room. Like the family would gather to watch television. And we were told not to talk, during the commercials. We could talk during the shows. So I grew up kind of watching commercials. I remember a lot of commercials. I bet you most people of my generation would remember a lot of, and I feel kind of guilty saying this because they're usually decried as not very creative, but you remember a lot of jingles.
What do you think makes jingles memorable?
Among purists in the field, jingles are, laughed at, scoffed at, but God, you remember them. What do they call them? Earworms. They get in your head and you can't get them out sometimes. And you add that to, almost everyday exposure 6 times a day. It's going to get in there. I can do, I could sing one for you. There was a kid's hot cereal for children called H.O. Farina. And it was an animated cartoon. It was very rudimentary. If you saw it today, you wouldn't believe it was like a national broadcast cartoon. And it was a little story of Willie and Wilhelmina. And Willie trips on a rock. And he goes, every day I trip over that rock, Wilhelmina. And she says, move it, Willie. And he says, can't, too big. And I bet you I'm getting this word for word, if you could find it. And she says, I will. And he says, you're a girl. And she picks it up. And then the jingle comes up and it goes, strong Wilhelmina eats her farina. Like I said, I probably heard that 500 times, maybe more when I was growing up, because it was every weekend for about 8 years.
5.22 Interview with an advertising executive, Part 2.
What elements of a commercial are the most important?
To me, a commercial basically is built in 3 parts. If you think of it as a pyramid, the top part of the pyramid, I would say, is impact. I have to intrude upon your life because you're probably working on your computer while you're watching TV or you're doing something. And when I talk about a TV commercial, it's the same for a web ad or an app. So you have to get impact. You have to intrude. You have to kind of knock on the door. The second thing is communication. What do you want the person to know? And that needs to be clear and precise. And the third thing is the hardest. It's persuasion, because you're running a commercial to get people to do something. So it's that amalgamation. Another way of talking about it, and this is old school, but there's a acronym that probably comes from the Mad Men era called AIDA, like the opera. Attention, interest, desire, action.
How do you feel about using celebrities to sell things?
Sometimes using a celebrity is a shortcut to intrusion because people pay attention to celebrities. Hopefully it's a celebrity that has some bearing on the brand. That I don't think if I was working on a depilatory, I'd want to use Tommy Lee Jones, but that would just be gross. But you find the right person, they can have special meaning, I think. And we do live in a celebrity culture, and people, their ears perk up when they see a celebrity. So if you go back to that pyramid I drew, it's a way of getting impact. I'm not a giant fan of it, but sometimes you do things you're not a giant fan of.
On your website, you say, I can make people laugh. How important is humour in advertising?
I tend not to be funny in TV commercials. I'm just partly because I'm kind of a cerebral guy, and I wind up having to use that more than humor. But I think humor is incredibly important in the business, and a lot of the commercials that really resonate with people, I think, are funny. A lot of movies, a lot of everything, you know.
5.23. Interview with an advertising executive, Part 3.
With all the technology, viral advertising, etc., do you think billboards and TV commercials have had their day?
Have billboards and TV commercials had their day? You know what? I don't think so. I mean, I can tell you empirically, I can tell you rationally that 75% of all media dollars is spent on broadcast. And I know it's like current to say I don't have a TV or I never watch TV, but people do. The fact is TV viewership is at an all-time high. So I don't think TV is dead. And I don't think billboards will be, you know, something as kind of passe as a billboard will be dead as long as, like, the highways are crowded. Because you got a captive audience. And until we can kind of pixelize ourselves and beam ourselves to work, I think there'll be billboards. I mean, they can be effective.
As a consumer, and obviously as an advertiser, does advertising influence the decisions you make?
Yeah, you know, I'm very susceptible to advertising. I think because I tend to notice it. You know, I think I'm very sensitive to. I think I'm very sensitive to stuff that isn't true. But when I see something that's well crafted and appeals, I think, to both my head and my heart, you know, I think I register those things.
Is there an existing advertising campaign you wish you'd come up with? And why do you think it is so effective?
Is there an existing advertising campaign? Yeah, that I wish I did. There's a few. I think the stuff that is being done for Nike, just in general, for 30 years has been exemplary. You know, they tapped into a mindset and they made everyone feel like they were athletic, and they became kind of the gold standard, and they rarely hit a false note. Same thing with Apple, though people are distressed in the industry about the latest direction Apple's been taking, which seems less sincere.
Why do you think the Apple campaign is so effective?
You know, Apple took, I think Apple is effective because they looked at an industry and they said, here's what's wrong with the industry. And everything that industry does, we're going to do differently. So that industry, for years and years and years and years, is talking about speeds and feeds. And they're talking about 697 megahertz and 4 megabytes of RAM or gigabytes of RAM, whatever it is. And Apple just said, it works. And what they did was they said, you want to be creative, this machine makes you creative. And they simplified. They were compelling, and they never lied. Yeah.
.24. Interview with an advertising executive, looking at language.
You know, what do they call them? Earworms. They get in your head and you can't get them out sometimes. And I bet you I'm getting this word for word, if you could find it. We do live in a celebrity culture, and people, you know, their ears perk up when they see a celebrity. Have billboards and TV commercials had their day? Because you got a captive audience. They became kind of the gold standard, and they rarely hit a false note.
5.25. In the street. 1. Janine.
Do you think you're influenced by advertising campaigns?
Most definitely.
Is there any product that shouldn't be advertised, in your opinion?
Alcohol and junk food to children.
Why should those ads be banned?
Because it's promoting something that's unhealthy, and that, especially junk food to children, when they see it, they're very susceptible to the adverts and then they want it immediately. And it's a problem.
2. Dustin.
Do you think you're influenced by advertising campaigns?
I'm sure I am. Probably not consciously, but I'm sure subconsciously.
Is there any product that shouldn't be advertised in your opinion? Why should those ads be banned?
I mean, I don't care for cigarette ads or alcohol ads, but should they not be advertised? That's not a decision I should make, so I don't think so.
3. Elvira.
Do you think you're influenced by advertising campaigns?
I'm not very influenced by ad campaigns. I'm influenced by reviews.
Is there any product that shouldn't be advertised, in your opinion? Why should those ads be banned?
The only thing that comes to mind that should be banned from advertising is I think they tend to use the female body inappropriately to sell things and items. That's pretty much the only thing that I could think of.
4. Ivan.
Do you think you're influenced by advertising campaigns?
I think that everyone is somewhat influenced by advertising campaigns, even on a minor level.
Is there any product that shouldn't be advertised in your opinion? Why should those ads be banned?
Perhaps cigarettes shouldn't be advertised because children probably shouldn't be seeing them advertised in a cool or exciting manner.
5. Yasuko.
Do you think you're influenced by advertising campaigns?
I think a lot of people are usually influenced, a little by advertisement, especially because there's so much advertisement on media, and we watch a lot of TV, internet. I try not to be. I try to research the product on my own using internet or whatnot, and try to choose the best product, not because of the advertisement.
Is there any product that shouldn't be advertised in your opinion? Why should those ads be banned?
Advertisements for cigarettes, I think, should be banned. I don't think there's anything positive about cigarette smoking, so I think that anything that causes health issues or bad influences or addiction should be banned from being on commercials.
.26 Colloquial English phrases. 1.
When they see it, they're very susceptible to the adverts and then they want it immediately. And it's a problem.
2.
I'm sure I am. Probably not consciously, but I'm sure subconsciously.
3.
The only thing that comes to mind that should be banned from advertisement is...
4.
That's pretty much the only thing that I could think of.
5.
So I think that anything that causes health issues or bad influences or addiction should be banned from being on commercials.